Everybody's here. I guess. I know. All right. I'm going to call the meeting to order. We have a quorum. Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. And welcome to the Modesto City Schools Special Board Meeting of January 10th, 2020. This meeting is now called to order. I'd like to refer anybody who needs a translator services to be able
Language link.
to Language Link. Am I turning this on?
It's on. She will say the same thing for you.
Okay, so there's someone on the internet that is able to translate for us. And if there's anyone needing the translation, she's going to repeat that right now.
So we need you to repeat that, please, in Spanish.
Okay. Hola, me presento, yo voy a ser su intérprete. ¿Hay alguien que necesita mi interpretación? Yo lo puedo hacer en este momento.
Thank you. Gracias. I do not see anyone in the audience, so I believe we will not need those services for right now. Thank you so
very
much. This meeting is being videotaped and recorded, and you can view the video of this meeting or past meetings on our website. The first item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on an item that is on the consent agenda? Seeing none. Are there any board members that wish to speak to an item on the consent agenda? I have a list of 4 items that have been asked to be pulled, so for discussion, and because I don't see anyone in the audience here to speak to them, I will ask for these 4 items. Item AR 6143. That's item, wait, I circled all these. C2. And then I have item AR 6145. I believe that's item C3. AR 6162.8. I had this, hold on. That's C5, thank you. And then the last one is AR 6200, a C10. So we will put those with the correlating items in our agenda. And hold on, I don't know. I had circled them. Okay, so do I have a motion to
So moved.
move those off of consent for discussion? Yes, okay.
So moved.
Motion by trustee Walker, seconded by, oh, it's trustee West. All right, seconded by trustee West. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so now where to place them? I would like to ask you, is there anyone in the public that wishes to speak regarding the order of discussion items? Seeing none, do I hear anyone on the board? Here's what I would like to do, is put them with a correlating board policy. So here's where they would go. So on your agenda, item B12 correlates with item C2. So we will put those 2 together. That's a AR 6143.
Can you just go by the number?
So what I'm saying is, when we discuss that board policy, we'll discuss that same AR. The ones that are pulled from consent to discuss. So it will go for item B12. And then right after that, we'll have B12A, which will be C2. And then B13 correlates with item AR 6145.2. So we'll have 13A will be C3.
Tell us which number they are. This little number code right here that we have.
Oh, on those. I was going by what's in your binder, so.
Because I'm
Okay.
guessing this is in order based on this, right?
Yes, and what we're going through is the agenda. It does correlate. It's the same. Cindy, I can take a look at that. Let me do that. Okay,
Okay.
Rodolfo?
Oh, I don't have those on mine. I just have the BPs. Oh, there they are. They're on here. Okay, I found them. All right. 36143. Okay, so 14. It's number 14. Welcome, Miss Minnie. So item 14 will have C2.
So just for clarification, the ARs and the BP numbers match?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's all we need to
Yes.
know.
So I was just going by the agenda and how we're doing it on the agendas, because that's when we'll be discussing it. So it will be, so I'm going to continue on with what I was doing first, because that will help you all know when we get to that item on the agenda, that's where we are. The next one will be B19, which is Board Policy 6162.8. That will also be C5.
And that's 22, Trustee Lopez.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Superintendent. And then the last one is B26, and that will be item C10.
And that's 30.
Okay. Thank you all. And now, I would like a motion for that order of discussion items. Is there a motion to approve the order of discussion action items?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Walker, seconded by? I'll second it. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So now we will move on to our first agenda item, which is, let me get back to my agenda. Agenda item B1, approval of the first reading of proposed draft Board Policy 2000, concepts and roles. Dr. Noguchi will be doing this item.
Thank you. I actually have the next 7. And really, the next 7 board policies really speak to my roles and responsibilities as a superintendent, the need for an evaluation system of the superintendent, and then some specifics drilling down into that evaluation process. So the first one, which is BP 2000, this is really an overarching umbrella of my roles and responsibilities. It says concepts and roles. It really outlines the need for an evaluation process, but not getting into the details of that, which is subsequent board policies. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about this.
Any questions? Trustee Newman? Oh, try it again. Okay, the lights are not working, so, okay.
On these shoe, they're since we've enacted protocols and stuff, we've gone through all this. This is just no brainer.
Yep.
I'd almost move for I'm gonna make a motion for approval. So if someone wants
Okay, a motion to approve by trustee Newman, seconded by trustee Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Seeing no dissent, it's approved unanimously. Moving on to item B2, approval of the first reading of proposed draft of Board Policy 2110, Superintendent Responsibilities and Duties. Dr. Noguchi.
And this board policy just drills a little bit further down, and I agree with Trustee Newman. It really just outlines my responsibility in overseeing the student learning environment and other operations of the school district, while ensuring that I keep the board informed. So because of what Newman had mentioned earlier, I really think all 6 have been covered in what we've done in the past, but what our vision is for the board policies is to update all of them. So this was just part of moving those. So the next 6 really is the same as what Newman had just mentioned. So with that, I can answer any questions for you.
Any questions? Seeing no public, I'm not going out to the public. Trustee Lopez?
I was just gonna motion to approve.
Okay, been a motion
BP 2110.
by trustee Lopez, seconded by trustee Newman. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, moving on to the next item, passes unanimously. Item B3, approval of first reading of proposed draft of Board Policy 2140, evaluation of the superintendent. Dr. Noguchi.
And this particular board policy outlines what we did last year, and that is ensure that the superintendent had clear goals from the board, and that during that yearly process of evaluation, excuse me, that the superintendent provides the board with a self-analysis And then the board members also have the opportunity to individually evaluate the superintendent and then collectively come back together and give feedback to the superintendent and have the superintendent ask questions while at the end of that process, set goals for the next year. This board policy just outlines what we are already doing.
All right, okay.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Newman, seconded by trustee Walker. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right
Aye.
hand. Aye. All in it's approved unanimously. Moving on to the next item. Item B4, approval of first reading of proposed draft of board policy 2210, administrative discretion regarding board policy. Dr. Noguchi.
And this just goes deeper into my role as superintendent. It really speaks to their situations that require decision-making that isn't written in a board policy. And as such, the superintendent works with cabinet legal counsel to make the best determination and then loop the board in after that particular situation. So it just acknowledges the decision-making and the leadership behind the scenes is just my role and my responsibility.
Any questions from the board?
I move approval.
It's been moved by trustee Newman, seconded by trustee West. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right
Aye.
hand. Aye. It's approved unanimously. Moving on to item B5, approval of first reading of proposed draft of board policy 2230, representative and deliberative groups.
So this board policy is going to replace 2231, which is next on the agenda. Really what this does is outlines just my role and responsibility to ensure that we collaborate with outside stakeholders and internal stakeholders. So it's really gives guidance to building the safety task force and the math study, the budget study. So it's the really lays out the need for and the responsibility to engage our stakeholders.
Okay, is there any comments? Are there any comments? Seeing none, ready for a motion? Moved by trustee Brown, seconded by
I'll second.
trustee Newman. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, moving on to item, it's approved unanimously. Item B6, approval of first reading of proposed deletion of board policy 2231, superintendent's committee organization.
This one just was replaced by the board policy you just approved in the last board policy.
Any comments from the board? Seeing none, trustee Newman?
I just want to comment that the policy we're deleting is actually limited the superintendent's authority because it talked about setting up these committees and things to deal with problems. And the way the language is very reactive. And so the language we've just adopted in 2230 is proactive. So I think it's a really positive move. So just want to point that out.
That was good.
I'll move approval.
All right, so it's been moved by trustee Newman to approve, seconded by trustee Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. It's approved unanimously. Moving on to item B7, review and approval of the first reading of any proposed revisions to board policy 2240.1, use of district name.
And this is just updating the board policy to, it's just the date here. This is more of just kind of some ensuring that all of our board policies are updated, but at the end of the day, we're referred to as Modesto City Schools. So that's what this particular board policy outlines.
Okay, any comments? Seeing none.
Move approval.
It's been moved by trustee Newman, seconded by trustee Brown. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes.
Just a little bit of a paperwork on your agenda. We're going to move next to Board Policy 6000. So we pulled the next two that are in your packet. It was not agendized. So Board Policy 2240.1, we're moving to another date. Board Policy 5121.1, it's just right next in your folder. We moved to another date. And then the next one is 5121.11. All of those were referring to grade policies, and because we didn't approve the grading policies at the last Saturday, remember we pulled that because we need to work with MTA and teachers, we can't delete these because we haven't gone forward with those. So just because we do have that already in your packet, it didn't end up getting on the agenda. Any questions with that? So if you could just move to Board Policy 6000, you'll be right in the right part on your packet.
Okay, so item B8. This is approval of first reading of proposed draft Board Policy 6000, concepts and roles.
And that is
Is-
me.
Yes.
So, good morning,
Good morning.
Board President Marks and board members and Dr. Noguchi. So 6,000, BP 6,000 is actually brand new. We haven't had anything, even though, just similar to what Dr. Noguchi has said, we've been operating in this way. We didn't have it as a board policy. So you'll see here, as the red indicates all new language, it's straight from Gamut, and it outlines what we will do, what our ideas are around research-based curriculum that is meeting the needs for every student to succeed. Again, you'll see that the entire packet is red because it is a brand new language, and I'll open it up to any questions you may have.
Any questions from board members? Trustee Walker.
It comes up a couple more times later, about halfway down the second page. The CF 6146.5, elementary, junior high, middle school graduation requirements / standards of proficiency. That's not the name of our policy. It's not the name of the Gamut policy. I'm not quite sure where, I'm being nitpicky, but it's not the name on the website that we have, and it's not the name of the policy on Gamut. It pops up among numerous policies as we go forward, but it doesn't align with the name. And
Okay,
yes,
so we
I
will
mean,
adjust that name.
yeah, it's referencing a policy name that doesn't
Our name
align.
is a copy.
What's the name, John? Can we just?
Ours is, I have to look it up online. Ours doesn't match Gamut, but this doesn't match either. And that's
Yes.
being nitpicky, but it,
Thank you, yeah.
for whatever it's worth,
Thank you.
I do read.
Trustee Newman.
I would suggest we, somebody look it up, and before we can vote on it, we vote that we put it in either as, we need to discuss this as a board, but put it in not as a Gamut name, but as we have it in our policies, our own policy.
I think it says middle school, but we have junior highs and middle versus, it's
We do, we have one middle school, Hanshaw's a middle
it's-
school.
half dozen one has 6 and the other, it's dotting I's, crossing T's.
And it's a middle school in name, but not, maybe not
Right.
necessarily in reality.
This is true.
So this says elementary, junior high / middle school. That name is okay right there?
I don't know, it depends on what it says in our policy, so we'd have to look it up. I just wanted to read, we have a choice here as a board whether it
Yeah.
should read as Gamut says it, or we should as our board policy says it, and I would suggest we do it as our board policy.
Yes, I agree. So with that change to align with our board policy, is there anyone in disagreement with that, or anyone has any other comments on that? Then do we have a motion to edit that and change it to fit with our board policy? Would you like to make the motion, Ms. Newman?
Sure, I'll make a motion.
Okay. So Ms. Newman is going to make a motion to change it to align with our board policy. Is there a second? Trustee Walker, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now to approve the board policy as a board policy. Do I have a motion to approve the board policy with the change?
Didn't we just do that?
No, we just did the edit. So, okay, Trustee West has
second.
made a motion, and Trustee Newman has seconded that to approve Board Policy 6000. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Hearing no opposition, there's no opposition, then we'll move on.
That's
to
me
the
again.
second one. Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
So this board policy.
Oh, wait, let me read it first. I know.
Yes,
it's
please.
just- yeah.
Thank you.
B9, approval of first reading of proposed draft of Board Policy 6142.2, World Language Instruction. Ms. Odell.
Thank you. Okay, so with this policy, 90% of it you'll see is in the red font and is brand new. We did have the third page one sentence that is actually part of our common language. That's why we have it in the black font too. And this is regarding our world language instruction to prepare students to be global citizens. This is a big push in California at this point. And it really just outlines that we could actually consider ASL, American Sign Language, as a world language. That's very common. So that just puts that also into board policy. And it ensures that we have an aligned vertical articulation for the different languages as they expand in their literacy of another language.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Question by trustee Newman, and then,
Oh, look, we have lights.
yeah, your lights are working now.
So we're on, okay, on the third page, our language we added, it should, students passing an AP World Language exam or an IB test should be IB language. And I'm not sure if they say world language. And so we maybe, an IB, whatever, I think they say foreign language, but I'm not totally sure. So we just need to, if we're going to capitalize it, we need to use whatever word the IB test uses. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it says AP World Language Exam. Those are capitalized there. So I'm not sure whether that is what the AP test is called.
Or if it's the old language, a foreign language, you're
It
saying.
could be, and I'm not sure, and so that's why I'm hesitant on capitalizing those two, world, W there and the L there, and then if we talk about the IB test, just whatever, we can use world language, that's fine, but if we're going to capitalize it, that means that's what it says. So let's just correct that and make it correct. And then those students receiving the state seal of biliteracy, I guess some things changed in the last couple of years with regard to that. Okay, so the state seal of biliteracy is given to students that take 4 years of foreign language or world language in high school and get a passing grade. Is that correct?
That is one way. There's multiple ways to earn the state seal of biliteracy.
Okay, so the county was offering a test.
We are instituting that this year.
And is that called something different?
It is the state seal of biliteracy world language. We can use any assessment that is research-based for a world language literacy assessment. Different counties offer that service. Our county offers that service too.
Well, they did, but I don't know if they still do.
They do now
Okay.
for a pretty hefty fee.
Okay.
But we can use any research-based assessment that would.
I know in the past the county had offered a similar but different biliteracy
Yes, and
program.
now they have offer. I just met with them. They do have this assessment offered, just like many other counties do. We can utilize their assessment offered. We still have to proctor it, etc., or we can choose our own as long as it's a verified research-based curriculum and assessment.
Okay. 'Cause what I want is for our students, particularly our Latino students that maybe high achieving, because I know this is I've known some of these kids throughout the years that they have an opportunity to put something in that section of their application which says awards and honors and stuff. I want to make sure that we're providing them with those opportunities to do that. We've got a number of our students that are getting, Hispanic scholarships, and we definitely want to see that happen. But I want to make sure this is broad enough language that it doesn't limit what we can do, so these kids can put that down on their college application.
Absolutely.
So I would suggest that we add the IB, okay, there's a number of edits here. So the AP World Language Exam, I would delete the capital W and L, because we don't know what and then that way if it changes titles, because that's College Board, who knows what they're gonna do. And then I did that for you, John. And then the IB World Language, let's just non-capitalize that as well and add that, and then the number of and then delete the and there, the number of students receiving the state seal of biliteracy and any other there might be other things.
Recognition.
Yeah, there might be other things. And so I don't want this to be seen as limiting any way that we can provide an avenue for our students to get an honor or distinction that that's out there, particularly in this area, because this makes California students unusual when they appear on the and across the country because of the amount of world language instruction that they receive.
Yes.
And the quality and level. And so we need to be able to provide our students with whatever they need to be able to put down on an application. So so I just want that language to be broad enough there that it doesn't limit it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Brown?
Yes, on the first page, the last paragraph says that instruction in world languages shall be offered to secondary school students beginning no later than grade 7. So I wanted to find out where we stand as a district. What languages are we offering prior to or beginning in grade 7?
So we do offer, they have the opportunity to take Spanish as a second language, should they wish. We also are working on the American Sign Language piece that would be added because of this board policy. We have our dual language program that provides that even below grade 7. And then currently all of our schools, they do offer it. However, La Loma currently doesn't have a world language offered. Therefore, should a student at this time want to have the opportunity, then we would allow them to transfer because it says we have to give them the opportunity to have a world language.
Okay.
So that's the only place right now that doesn't actually offer the world language of Spanish.
So the part of my question is that we offer more than one world language. And by having this language in our policy, does it require that if we offer German and French in high school that
It does not require it.
It says shall here.
So as long as we are offering English as a second language for those who do not, which we do, that's federal law and state law, and we have Spanish and we have American Sign Language. I believe, Brad, we do have other languages at the high schools, is that correct? But it doesn't limit us to, if we only have Spanish at this time, we are compliant, we are fine.
We have very few foreign languages or world languages other than Spanish at this time. There were a number of French programs over the course of the last decade. Those have dwindled, and a lot of that is a function of credentialing and teachers, as well as requests, students, wanting to take those courses.
But this still, we are compliant and we're fully operating appropriately with this board policy, with what we offer now.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Are you okay waiting, Trustee Newman? Okay. Trustee West?
I had the same question. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Newman?
I just want to, on these language issues, this has become an issue as we phased out language. So we've had, constituent calls on this. And so that's why I think there's some questions on the number of languages that we offer. So let's just talk about what we would do for a student that wants French. And we phased, there's not enough demand. There's not a credentialed French teacher. We phased out French, I believe, last year at Bayer. So I got a number of phone calls on that.
Yep.
We have German at Bayer, as I understand it still, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So, which is great. I took German for 4 years. So we have German there. So if there's a student that is in our Davis boundaries and they want to take German, we would allow that student to go to Bayer.
That is correct.
Absolutely.
And there, I know that we offer Modesto High French and Spanish. I'm not sure. Are we still offering French at Johansson, or did that?
I don't know. I could look it up. But in general, a student that is attending a school that doesn't offer a world language that they would like to take, and we offer it at another school, they have the ability. That would be in our previous IDT process, that would be a special program, and they could transfer to that.
So what my concern is when these changes take place. And so, you know, and it's because of demand, it's because of credentialing and whatnot. But, you know, informing the public and having, okay, so a student starts during their junior year at Johansson and they want to get 4 years of foreign language, and all of a sudden we no longer have French at Johansson. That's and you know, a scenario. And I'm not sure that's a fictional scenario that I'm not sure exists at this point. But if that's the case, what you know, that it's not logical probably for that student to transfer to another school site. What kind of accommodation would we be doing for that student?
In the past, we've offered the opportunity to take the course at another site, and then we've tried to coordinate with that other school site. For example, they may offer French 3 in 6th or 7th period, and the student would be able to transport, not necessarily have to leave their home site, but they could go to the other site. But that does have a schedule impact as well. There's really no great scenario in phasing out a language other than Spanish, just because once you get into the pipeline, you don't see those things coming necessarily 2 years in advance to be able to inform students to maybe start to move to a different language. So
the other opportunity that we do have, in case there was this very specific, unique situation, is we do use Apex, and Apex actually offers original credit too. So we could, in this rare situation, we could do it almost as an independent study with and assign a teacher and have them use Apex. So there are ways that we could problem solve that unique situation.
Okay.
You know, the thing that would like to add and challenge staff in is really looking past what we've done past practice. We now know that technology is alive and well, and distance learning is part of what we do. So we Skype all over the place. We do interviews that way. I do believe that the wave of the future for these particular situations is to provide the student with the opportunity of doing a distance learning with the classroom, let's say over at Modesto High, so they don't have to actually physically drive over there, or we transport them over there, but they're at Bayer and they're tuning into, just like the community is here today, so they can still move forward with their learning without adjusting to the traditional ways, which is just the brick and mortar and being up in front. So I have talked to Mr. Sulkin about his distance learning. He has a lot of experience in that. I see us moving forward with that as we redevelop and redesign our math program relative to those upper level math courses, Calculus BC, where you only have a few students now. In the future, we'll have many, but with few students now where we could bring them together. They could be at all the different high schools, but yet the teacher is at one school. And so we'll work through those logistics as we move forward in this next couple of years.
Okay, thank you for that. Trustee Walker?
Mine's easy. First page, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth paragraph down. And this is consistent across almost any policy where we do this, and it aligns with 6161. Sequential curriculum aligned with or exceeds the state standards. So, or exceeds. And anywhere it says aligned, I'm adding or exceeds, and that marries up with what we've done in previous policies, just so it's clear. And that would be my only thing, and it's much simpler than what we just did.
And I would add, given our AP pass rate, our standards do exceed it.
Just want to make sure it's noted.
All right. Trustee Brown?
Yeah, back to the question of dual language fluency. Do we have the opportunity for students who speak a language other than one that we teach to take an exam and prove fluency? And that could be a wide range of languages.
Absolutely. With the state seal of biliteracy, you can, there's over like 140 languages you can take that. And challenging a course is another one of our board policies coming up.
Okay,
Do
great,
that.
thank you.
Yes, that would be good. Okay, so my understanding is we have an edit from Trustee Newman. So let's vote on the edits first, and then we'll vote on the whole board policy. So I have the edits are on page B.
I don't think we need to vote on the edits separately. We could approve the policy first reading with the edits and then not have it separate.
Okay. All right, so I will
And then
go
there
through-
doesn't, we don't need to have 2 votes.
Okay. All right. Because I want to make sure everybody was in agreement on this. So the edits are to delete the capital W and L out of the blackened line on page B, and then also add the International Baccalaureate in non-caps, and then add other recognitions.
Well, IB
Is it-
go in caps.
Okay.
But not the name of their tests,
Oh, okay. All right. So.
because we don't know what those are.
Okay. All right. I prefer saying what it is in the title, just so if someone reads it, we'd say International Baccalaureate, and we could put IB in
Yes, yes, yes.
parentheses. Okay. So that way it's clear. And then the second edit was to add on the first page to align with or exceeds the state's content standards. So we were adding or exceeds. So everybody's
Copy.
in agreement with that, then I will entertain a motion by trustee Newman, seconded by
Second.
trustee Walker. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. Moving on to item B10, approval of first reading of proposed draft of board policy 6142.5, environmental education.
And that's me again. You'll
All right.
come up for a while.
I
just like
know, that's
Dr.
fine.
Noguchi
Thank you,
was.
Lauren.
Okay, so in Board Policy 6142.5, again, this is brand new. We have been operating this way. We just didn't have it in a board policy. And it's really talking about the importance of our environment. Again, that idea of that we're producing and working for excellent global students, global citizens. And it ensures that we have our current practices in a board policy. This is straight from Gamut. Do you have any
comments?
questions?
Trustee Walker?
Second paragraph. This is like a redo, align with or exceeds.
Oh, right, okay. Or exceeds, okay. Any other comments?
Got it. Thank you.
I
got
just
it.
have one comment. I just really liked having service learning partnerships. That's something that I worked on a civility project with the state of California, and with it was because Sandra Day O'Connor had suggested that we work more proactively around the nation to promote civility and democracy. And so service learning partnerships was a big part of that. So I liked seeing that in this document, just to add to what it means. And then they had a lot of opportunities for students to get involved in their school site and understand how the government works. And some student projects we got to give awards to that took this to a whole new level on environment and how could they recycle the food at their schools, and how could they help educate other students at their schools. They came to board meetings, they asked to change their board bylaws and to incorporate some of that. So I thought that was it was just really neat, and I'm glad that this is something that our district will be focusing on in the future.
Thank you.
So any other comments? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion for approval. It's been moved by trustee West, seconded by trustee Brown. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously. And I recognize that I forgot to say that trustee Irvin was not here today. I was like, oh, I meant to say that at the beginning, forgot to put it in my notes. So I just wanted to acknowledge that he was unable to attend this morning, had an emergency that he had to attend to. And so when we're voting, I haven't said that he's absent, but I'm sure that'll be in the minutes as we go forward. So I just wanted to acknowledge him, and that our thoughts are with them. Item B11, approval of first reading of proposed draft of board policy 6142.6, visual and performing arts education. Lauren Odell, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, okay.
We're
So I could just basically say ditto from the last one. This is, we are currently operating under this policy, but we just didn't have one. So this is what this is. You'll see that it's all red language because it's brand new language. And it's really neat because our teachers are currently working on, we have new visual arts, performing arts standards, and they're currently working on these in the PLC time, their collaboration time, to align them and ensure that they are robust and alive within their day-to-day instruction. And so again, this is just putting a policy in place for things that we actually are currently in the forefront of our mind. Do you have any questions?
Any comments or questions? Trustee Brown.
Yes, on the third page, top paragraph, it indicates that the board will be updated regularly on progress and performance. And I'm just wondering if there's any reference to how often and when that needs to happen.
I would think that that would be an annual update for you on what our courses are and how we're proceeding through incorporating the new standards. Dr. Noguchi, would you like to add?
So I think that this could, and you're going to see this in multiple board policies today. So how are we implementing this? One, this could be a board policy that's yearly done on the arts, and I do think that given a number of comments that have come from teachers relative to band and relative to some of the visual arts and the support needed, I think that we do need to look into our arts programming within our school district. This could also show up in a board communication on Friday also. So, just trying to balance the presentations that we have and the board meetings that we have. I agree that this is an area that we need to take a look at this point, and I've discussed this with President Marks. We are at max capacity. If you reflect back to our mid-year, visual and performing arts was not necessarily in that mid-year, but moving forward in this next year or two, we do need to take a serious look at what we're doing with visual performing arts, not only through the lens of the teachers and the support they get, but also the opportunities for kids. So it's on the radar, and it's going to come on in different fashions.
Good. So just to emphasize the importance of this area, when we look at areas of focus within the education community, we have campuses excuse me, throughout the state that are identified as STEAM campuses that do include the arts. So there's a lot of public support, a lot of people looking to see what we're doing with the arts. So I would strongly suggest that we put this into some kind of an annual, very focused. I'm not suggesting we change something that we're doing now, but just make sure that it hits a board meeting once a year.
Actually, you make a really good point, because part of the mid-year, we've identified 3 regions, 3 feeder patterns that we're working to implement Project Lead the Way, which is STEM, STEM, without the art. So rather than taking it and thinking of art separately, we add it in so it doesn't have to be put off in the back burner for 2 years, but rather in this next year, as we further develop our STEM-related programs, that we really make sure that we're thinking through the STEAM-related programs. So I thank you for that, because the reality is that work is on the table, and we can just ensure that we pay attention to that, have that element in there as well.
Good, thank you.
Okay. Trustee Newman?
I just want to add that in our LCAP process, when we've gone through our funding in the LCAP process, we address the arts spending, like, sending our students to the gala performances. That's part of the LCAP. Art spending, we replaced instruments as part of the LCAP at many levels. I mean, huge amount of money was spent on instruments. So we have done. I feel like we updated all the time. We're being updated. The problem is getting the messaging out. So we spend tremendous amount of time, effort, energy, and on our arts education in Modesto City schools. And this is not an area where we are lacking, in my opinion. This is certainly, and it's great we do that. I'm not being critical of that at all. It's just, it is there. It's just we haven't packaged it all and paraded it around, perhaps. That's maybe the issue. So, but I do think that we've done that, and the LCAP has been a process of the way we've done it, and so that it actually communicated some of those things to the public.
I agree. I think when we put out a flyer or information about the opportunities for students, like our pathways, to be able to say, you know, it'll be helpful to add the arts, because we have the Black Box Theater at Modesto High, which I don't know how many are aware of it. I remember when we added it, and then we redid the theater at Davis High School in order to have more opportunities for our students to perform, and the public as well to come and see them. So I think those are items that it'll be good to have it in one place where we do see it, we do hear about it more as a board, and the public has an opportunity to hear about what we are doing, the accomplishments that we've made. Because it is nice to get an invitation to some of our theatrical performances and go see them, though this incorporates a lot more than just theater, but I appreciate that. So is there any other comments? Hearing none? Oh, it's been moved by trustee Newman, seconded by trustee West. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none? It passes unanimously. Okay, so I have a question of the superintendent. We're on item B12, which is also item C2. So it is far before lunch that we planned on this, and we were going to make copies. So
We are just moving very.
we are, yes. So I have I just wanted to know, would you like to take a short break and make copies for board members? We had a board member that had some suggested changes. It might be easier to see them in front of you than we could look at them on the screen, or we can work through it on the screen. Do you want to work on the screen? Okay, so we'll allow them to set it up on the screen. So we will do item B12, which is courses of study, and then we'll do the AR. So I believe the item that we're going to the edits was on the AR. Is that correct, Mr. Walker? Yes. Okay. We will take we'll take an 11-minute break till 10 o'clock we'll just take a break yes. We are on item B12, and it's approval of the first reading of proposed draft of Board Policy 6143, Courses of Study. So, Lauren, yes, I know, it's all right.
Okay, thank you. So this course of study policy, again, is a new policy for us. And it outlines our instruction per what we're doing per grade level. And primarily it adds ed code into the language. So I want to specifically point out that the two ed codes that we'll probably be discussing specifically is 51204.5, and that's called commonly known as the FAIR Act. There's quite a bit of language in here for the FAIR Act, as well as, I just lost it, hold on. We call it CHIA, California Healthy Youth Act. And this is where, in the last couple years, this has been revised and added. California Healthy Youth Act specifically now ensures that we're talking to students about healthy relationships. It is added in conversation about domestic abuse, violence in relationships, to make sure that our students understand that that is not okay. And it also incorporates an understanding of sex trafficking and again, healthy, taking care of your physical body, healthy relationships, and sexual education as well. So that's encompassed in the California Healthy Youth Act, and much of the code that we're speaking of comes directly from that packet. If you would like a packet of the California Healthy Youth Act, or CHIA, I can get you a copy of that, as well as, again, the FAIR Act, Education Code 51204.5. So the board policy, you can see that it's primarily red because it is a new board policy, and it incorporates ed code on LGBTQ and what is entailed in the FAIR Act there. It's aligning our instruction, again, what we've talked about, that vertical alignment from grade level to grade level, and what is age appropriate. And then from there, I believe that we're also talking about the AR. So would you like to have a conversation together with the AR? Do you want to specifically just stick with the BP?
We'll do them separately.
Okay.
Okay, any comments? Did you mean to put your light on?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
Trustee Walker, questions?
Same thing as before, or actually it's the different one, 6161.1. The way it's described is not our board policy name. It's selection and evaluation of instructional materials, period. And this says equipment, books, and materials. That's not the title of our board policy. And then below it, elementary, junior high, middle school graduation requirements, standards of proficiency, same as before. So whatever we align those two, just so it aligns to what our actual naming is.
Copy. And I just want to make sure for those watching that we're talking about the board policy, even though the AR is up on
Correct.
the screen. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's just the CFs don't align.
Copy.
So you suggest that we line out the black on equipment, books, and materials.
Because that's not the name of our board policy.
Okay,
So it's not deleting it, it's just.
It's not, it's just correcting the language.
okay.
So that it aligns with what the actual policy name is.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Period, and then equipment, books,
Full
and
stop.
materials. Okay. All right. Superintendent.
And I do have the name for the elementary, junior high, middle school graduation requirements. Mr. Henderson looked this up, and it actually is junior high / middle school graduation requirements / standards of proficiency.
Oh, so just not elementary.
On our website.
On the website.
I think graduation is deleted too, right?
This was the note that I was passed. So,
So read it again.
I thought it said graduation.
junior high, middle school graduation requirements / standards of proficiency. I'll have Mr. Henderson look it up again, and if it's different than that, I'll have him note that.
Okay, it looks like the only thing that is not there is elementary, so. Trustee West.
I
I have a question on the AR.
We're not on the AR yet.
We're not on
We're
the
just
AR.
on the board policy right now, and then we'll move to the AR in just a moment. So
Okay.
are you okay? Can we wait?
I
Because we're
don't-
just doing the board policy, unless there's something on the board policy that you want to change, that would,
I can wait for the AR.
okay.
Oh, see, I didn't know.
Okay, any other questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, all those, I need a motion for approval. Board policy 6143. Is there a motion? Motion by trustee Walker to approve board policy 6143 with those changes to align with Modesto City Schools and the period after selection and evaluation of instruction all materials. And it's seconded by trustee Newman. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. Moving on to item AR. This was formerly item C2. AR 6143. Courses of study, instruction courses of study. So this is administrative regulation.
Okay, so as you'll see that we now also have it on the Elmo so that we
Right.
can review the suggested edits. Again, I want to say that this is a new AR. You'll notice that's why it's in red. And we have taken, Gamut has added language straight from the FAIR Act and the California Healthy Youth Act. There are chunks directly taken from that ed code within the AR. And I'll open it up to your comments and your suggestions.
Okay, so trustee West.
So I have a question on the first page of the AR. Talks about social sciences being age-appropriate instruction. And age-appropriate seems a bit subjective to me. How is that determined?
That is determined by the professionalism of the teacher in the classroom.
I just think that, different teachers, parents are going to feel differently on what's age appropriate for their child in grades 1 through 6. And so I just want to make sure that we make sure we're following the standards, but we're also keeping in mind parental questions or
Absolutely.
concerns with the age appropriateness of the delivery of certain topics.
So one of the things that we've done for this year is we have a monthly newsletter, if you will, that says what is coming up in the curriculum. So it's following the curriculum, and we have the instructional coaches and coordinator for our history social studies group. They actually made this monthly newsletter that says this is what's coming up. Feel free to talk to your teachers if you wish to find out more about the curriculum. Of course, we already have the board policy that parents are always allowed to review the curriculum anytime that they wish. And so we do make sure that we tell our parents before the course of study and the pacing that is coming what those topics are, so that parents also can decide for their families what's correct for them.
And the newsletter is on the website or through the classroom, the teacher distributes
Both.
it?
We have it on the website. I'll double check that, but from my knowledge, I approved it to be on the website. We do the same thing with our science classes. And we made a template that goes to the site so that the teachers can distribute that.
And parents who have concerns, I'm assuming, are always able to
Always.
opt children out without the children being penalized from.
Not in social science.
Let me say with the FAIR Act, and all of these policies are on our webpage, and we've delivered a letter home to parents to explain what they are allowed to opt out of. Now, I'm talking about a very legal fine line of what is excused and non-excused. Yes, a parent may be able to keep their student home for their own personal family beliefs. Not always would that be an excused legal excuse. But yes, they know what's coming up. They know what's going to happen. They have chance anytime they want to come to the site and look at the curriculum as well as when we're adopting the curriculum. And they can talk with the teacher and the principal about the actual delivery of the instruction as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh,
So I want to add just to help clarify, because I don't know if that answers all the questions, and thank you for that. My understanding, and President Marks certainly chime in here, because you and I just went to CSBA and listened to a whole, hour and a half presentation on this. A parent has a right to say, my child is not ready for this specific sex education, right? And maybe they're in fifth grade, they don't believe that they're mature enough, or they want to do that home. They're able to do that. They could then opt out of fifth grade, and as they go into sixth grade, say, you know what, I want to go back to the fifth grade material. And so they have those rights. Where they don't have rights is opting out of lessons from people that were either LGBTQ in history that have made significant contributions. So that is part of the FAIR Act, and that they're not allowed to. So particular transgender person, it made a significant discovery in the area of genetic science or whatever that is, that's not something that would be excused. But other areas are excused. Now, understand, I agree with Ms. Odell in the fact that we've identified all of the lessons and have parents have the opportunity to be able to opt out of that, if you will. You also look at the curriculum and approve the curriculum. We are going to be coming forward with high school health, which will have some of that moving forward. And this next year, talking about what we're going to be doing for the elementary area in the area of health and sex education as well.
thank you. Any other, Trustee Walker?
Okay, so let's work through this. The biggest change down to social science, I think, is what I've done when we get there in a minute, is essentially taking the rest of the ed code that wasn't in the policy. And when we get there, the ed code that they're referencing is literally taken verbatim. They just didn't add other parts of it. And so I've plugged those pieces in to sort of address what you talked about, because I take out age appropriate and use fit the maturity of pupils. And that's what the actual ed code says, is fit the maturity, which I think goes towards, Mr. Herbst isn't sitting there, but I think when you talk about a special needs student, maturity may be a very better way to measure them versus age, because some students are going to be more mature than others, like you just mentioned, and that's what the ed code says. So back to the top, I added the note. If you look at Gamut, they have notes that we don't have in here. I thought the opening note was very helpful to explaining how this policy is laid out, and that it's in two groups, K-1 through 6, and then 7 through 12. And I think if you read the policy, it really does break it into two parts, and I thought that was helpful for somebody that's just looking at it that isn't one of us. And so EDCO, therefore K-8 districts and high school districts need to collaborate with appropriate area districts to ensure that all required courses are offered sometime during 7 through 12. And I think given that we have 7 feeders, it's even more relevant.
So I just want to add to that. John, what you're talking about is when we are reviewing the board policy, Gamut will give us notes to help us understand why the board policy even needs any kind of adjustment, or the AR. And so the notes here were actually for us. We don't typically add them in for those watching. We don't typically add those into the AR, but you're saying actually add that note because it gives the reader
Correct.
a context for
Yes.
what we're seeing.
And I think in most of them, like certainly when you see notes that have to do with HR or the budget, I don't know that they're all that helpful other than sort of informing us. But when you get into sort of the student and the academic policies, I really do think they put context and help certainly me understand. I think if you're a community member looking at it, it certainly puts a bit of a frame around it that helps you understand, well, why did they do that? Or why is that the way it is? And I thought with this one, sort of as expansive as it is for an AR, because the BP doesn't say much.
Right.
The teeth of this are in the AR, but I just thought it helped put a frame around it.
Thank you.
And set it up. Down to 3 on social science. And again, this would be for a future board because we've actually already adopted most of this. The elementary, middle school, junior high, and sort of high school history stuff has been done. Age appropriate gone, drawing upon the discipline, designed to fit the maturity of pupils. When adopting instruction materials for use in schools, governing boards shall include only instructional materials which, in their determination, accurately portray the cultural and racial diversity of our society. And that's essentially putting in the piece of the ed code that they didn't put in. CSBA copied and pasted the ed code and left that part out. I thought it was relevant because it actually says the board has a voice and that we are allowed to determine that, even though it's not something we're going to vote on because these were already approved. Accurately portray the cultural son. A, what we had was part of it. What I've put in is the actual ed code. Instruction shall provide a foundation for understanding the history, resources, development, and government of California and the United States of America. That's essentially what the ed code says. I thought the foundation part made a lot of sense because, again, it just wording wise, I don't know why they chose what they chose at CSBA, but given that they've essentially copied and pasted the ed code throughout this section, why not just put the real thing there?
And so A is coming straight from Ed Code, you're saying?
Yes.
You're A?
Yes.
So I would reference the ed code there. Is it the ed code? It's the same
Yeah.
640 from above?
640 and 51204.5, which is in the paragraph right below it in red,
Okay,
which is the other piece of ed code they literally copied and pasted,
okay, all right.
which is the one that gets folks sideways, but it's here nor there. And as I tell folks, that's what they've done. There's not much you can do about it, and folks get upset about it, but it is what it is. I mean,
Yes.
and then this exact same change comes up when we get to 7 through 12 because, again, it's a copy and paste.
Correct.
The 7 through 12 section mirrors what's in the K through, or the 1 through 6 section, 3 pages down.
I want to ask just a point of clarification. So you say that it was copied and pasted from ed code. So the age appropriate instruction was copied and pasted directly from ed code, or
Age appropriate was CSBA's wording. The ed code says maturity.
okay.
And I thought it was just a better way to describe it because I think it goes right to what Dr. West was saying. Age appropriate meaning what? Some 10-year-old may be a good 10-year-old and some 12. I mean, it's very subjective. And I thought that when I thought about it, I said, maturity might be a better way to describe this because it gives you a bit more latitude or discretion just from the point of language. Half doesn't one and 6 in the other, but I thought that if we're going to copy the ed code, just copy it.
But we were mentioning earlier about that some things were gonna be unexcused. Doesn't that the maturity thing kind of leave that room for more discretion of like what can someone go back and say, like, look, I can pull my kid from this and it be an excuse because it's maturity, not age. It's not restricted by age. It's restricted by maturity.
Not necessarily,
perceive.
because what the exact of what can be excused and not excused is laid out what topics exactly. So what is listed here in the Fair Act cannot be legally excused.
Okay. Thanks.
Other items, such as when conversation comes around sexual reproduction and some other things like that, those are very specific on what could be that legal excused absence.
All right. Thank you for that. That helps a lot.
So and I think that's also the argument folks make is when they went back and did that is why you will find parents getting upset is that you've said that you can opt out of a sex ed thing, but then it's plugged back in through other subjects that you can't get out of. And there are communities that are having a very heated debate about that. And for what it's worth, they'll have a hearing Wednesday in Sacramento for SB 673, which a friend of mine wrote and is being introduced again, which, if passed, will completely change the way we approach K through 6 sex ed. It will force an automatic active parent opt-in, and we'll put a whole bunch of more restrictions on place. And this is the second year they're going after that. And it'll be heard Wednesday in the Senate in Sacramento.
So I would like to add to that, because we're going to get to it in 7 through 12, that our district has chosen to address these issues where we had to do it somewhere between middle school and then we must do it in 9th through 11th. We have chosen 8th grade and we have chosen 9th grade to address those curriculum topics.
So I have a question. Is it possible, since you stated that, to be able to put that in this? So when we say, so it's not addressed in grades 1 through 6, that's correct?
We have chosen that we do not do it in 1 through 6.
Okay, so so then is it appropriate to keep the paragraph? Should we delete the paragraph at the bottom of the first page then?
No.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about
Okay.
CHIA, the California Healthy
Oh.
Youth Act. So we cannot, what is in the curriculum for
That's for the
elementary
sex ed.
students for the FAIR Act must stay there.
Okay.
Yep.
What is, we were able to choose what grade levels to present the information with the California Healthy Youth Act, and we have chosen grades 8 and grades 9.
So just because I think that's important for board members and the public to know, I would like to see that put in our AR so that it's very clear when the Healthy Youth Act is taught in our schools, that it's in 8th grade and 9th grade only. Because some
It's
others
everywhere,
may
though.
take more liberty in that, but when it's in an AR, it will stay in the 8th grade and 9th grade only.
But it's not just that. It's in all the different subjects. It's in social science and it's in history. It's
The Healthy Youth Act specifically is referring to sex trafficking, reproduction cycle, venereal diseases, HIV, AIDS, those type of topics. It is not the FAIR Act where we're talking about representing Americans equitably in the curriculum.
I just want to add that we shouldn't confuse those two acts. So
Correct.
you know, I think that's where we're getting. So we're talking about health education, health and sex education would be the California Healthy Youth Act, and then the FAIR Act is about educating students about the diversity of our society.
Yes.
So we can't really confuse that. The issue that I think Trustee Marks is getting at, and it's a valid one, is how do we inform parents? And like in common language, is it in an AR? Is it through a communication? We've decided it's not in a board policy. The board policy is pretty broad and that. So that's where the kind of the rub is right now. And I'm not sure where that is. So I think AR is hard for a parent to read.
Yep.
I mean, board policy is hard for a parent to read. So perhaps this is something that goes out in a letter form in our student conduct code. That's our primary means of communication with our parents. And it just talks about, this is sex ed in Modesto City Schools. This is education about that complies with the FAIR Act in Modesto City Schools. This is what we do.
And we do, at the beginning of the course of study for that grade, we do send the letters home to the parents, and they understand that that's in the syllabi, as well as when we come up to that topic, there's another letter that comes home saying, we're getting ready for this. If you wish not to participate, then
But not for the FAIR Act. This is
not for the FAIR Act.
no.
We're talking about
And that's
healthy.
you're at the same point I'm at. That's the rub.
That's just a confusion, I think, that with the public, because we're even having trouble with that
Yes.
up here. So so that's where.
And I think it gets in trouble too because there's a lot of misinformation because if you get hyperbole about it, and you'll see somebody doing something else in another district or something on social media that says, "Oh my God," and then boom, and then you come back to Modesto City Schools, and I tell folks because I've reviewed all of our junior high and high school sex ed. There are districts parents that would do cartwheels if they had what we had versus some of what's out there, which is off the rails. And I think we do a very good job of that. And I've gone through every piece of it. And I think that what you're getting at, there's misinformation out there.
Yes, and
it
I would
sets people on fire.
And as a parent, I want to confer with John and not confer, but just basically agree with you on that, as you know, because I've looked at this as a parent, when we've gone over this with my own students and my own kids, just that we do a really good job, and I think we respond in a way with our curriculum in a way that is representative of our community values, and I think there's a lot of panic about the Fair Act issues. And I think we ought not to confuse that. That's woven into the curriculum. It's not something that the students opt out of, or the parents can opt out of. It's woven into the curriculum to talk about these are people in our society that have contributed, made valuable contributions to our community and to our society. And so that's how it's woven in. It's woven in mostly through social science.
Yes.
Am I right on that?
Correct.
And science.
And some science, yeah. So I think we're talking about two different kinds of instruction here, and in responding to the California the Healthy Youth Act, I think we've done a decent job in informing our students. It's very comprehensive. The health education in 9th grade is very comprehensive. My students did it online.
Yeah.
So that was their course, but because in IB, most of the students have to do that, they don't have time. But it was very comprehensive.
In listening to this conversation, I'm reminded of the work that we did last year relative to, it was like literally the first month that I started. There was a controversy around sex education, and is it appropriate in 5th grade and 6th grade, and what are we doing? And it was discussed that we would wait for the new health standards to be approved, which they're still in process, that we haven't been able to do that. And once the health standards were approved, we were then going to go back and take a look at, all right, so what does sex education look like in elementary school, recognizing that any parent could choose to opt out of that. So right now it is in the 8th grade, but we were going to revisit that once the health standards were approved. So I think once we do that in public and collectively as a board and staff, we can shore up and clear up some of the misconceptions and the misunderstandings of the different laws, and also opportunities for students if we choose to have some sex education, reproduction, depending upon the topics in elementary.
Can I just add to the California Healthy Youth Act discussion that it is an act that encompasses more than just sex education.
Yep.
There's a lot about just student wellness, healthy
Yes.
relationships, and some of that does or may occur in 7th grade as well. So my recommendation would not be grade specific in the AR, because it isn't just a singular topic at a specific grade level. There are elements that are woven into different areas, and over time that might change. One year it might be in 7th grade PE, and another year, as things evolve with the standards, it could move to a different content area. So just to put that out there as a consideration.
Okay, but that's really hard to assure a parent or a community member, because I have been contacted by numerous ones in the past over this topic. And so trying to assure them, which I have been able to because of our priority in how we have chosen to teach our sex education classes, and how that has unfolded with the community has been good, because those I've told are very pleased with how we are doing it.
Yep.
And those who have their students in it are very pleased with how we're doing it. So to change it in some way that might be, we're not sure which grade this is going to be taught in. So now there's that uncertainty. I just don't want to create uncertainty.
The elements around the sexual education, back to what
eighth grade.
Ms. Odell was saying, is that is communicated well in advance. Those changes aren't done in a silo or in the brick building and not put out there. And so sex ed is at 8th grade. I'm talking about the other elements that are not as controversial.
And those I can see. I believe the relationships that happens earlier on, and I can see that. I just wanted to make sure that there was a boundary around
Yes.
what we called that Healthy Youth Act, and which topic we were actually teaching in our schools at which grade level. So I think that's where parents might have a question or a concern. So that's good.
I think it if it comes up, and here will be my take on this, only because I've gone through and read all the frameworks on the social science and et cetera, is that if it goes off the rails, it's not because of a district policy. It will be because somebody in a classroom was freestyling. And that's the one that gets picked up by social media and goes boom because somebody started freestyling and inserting what they felt needed to be communicated to somebody in an inappropriate way. And I don't think we can BP or AR our way out of that. That's just somebody going off the rails. I do want to pick back up on these changes, though. If we can go to number 6, I think.
Trustee Walker, real
Shoot.
fast, on that page there is a correction that needs to be made. Top of the page, it says AB 6143. It should be AR.
Okay, that's me. I'm sorry. That was me trying to copy and paste.
I just want to make sure it didn't slide through on a
Oh,
document.
your version is correct. These are mine.
So while we're on this page, I just have one concern. We received, or I did, and I know some of the rest of you said you did, received an email from Connie Chin, who served on this board for 8 years. Many of you know her that were here. And she had sent just her comments about this AR and her concern about this last paragraph on page, this
One.
bottom, this page. And she said that she was particularly concerned about the presentation of socially sensitive issue of sexual orientations to K-8 students during the instruction of social sciences. And since Mr. Walker had put up the ed code, which states, that one at the top of the page, I pulled it up again because someone else sent me that one. Yes, when adopting instructional materials for use in the schools, governing boards shall include only instructional materials which in their determination accurately portray the culture and racial diversity of our society. So my concern was similar to Ms. Chin's, before I had read and received her email, was including the sexual orientation into that paragraph for first graders or second graders. How do you explaining that in our culture, in our city, as a board, we have said we will be culturally sensitive to our where we live and the students that we serve. So I would just ask, because I don't know how many first graders would understand if you tried to explain to them lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender, or their sexual orientation. So that concerned me. I was good with this paragraph being in the next set. I think that's appropriate when it's in high school, the 9th grade up. I think that fits for the students. They have a greater understanding and knowledge, especially after they've gone through the Healthy Youth Act and some of that material. I think that is appropriate at that point. I just don't believe that it's appropriate for elementary school students. So,
Oh, we can't get around it.
It is the law.
It can't get around it.
but the 60040 allows for us to make an accommodation for our own community. So that says, I'm going to read that portion of it again. When adopting instructional materials for use in the schools, governing boards shall include only instructional materials which in their determination accurately portray the cultural and racial diversity of our society. So culture is also, includes the sexual orientation. So that to me was now that is determined by this board up here. So we can choose to keep that in or take it out. So as a board.
So what we can do is pull this one and ask for legal counsel on this. I don't believe that 640 is going to trump the Fair Act. The Fair Act says that
I think it does.
contributions, well, that would be a legal question. So the contributions made by anyone, regardless of their orientation, it's against the law to censor that. So what you're saying is the two board, the Fair Act and Education Code 640 are in conflict, if you will. So we can certainly ask Mr. Munoz his opinion on that piece. I don't believe that is the case.
And I think the other thing is we've already adopted social science and history. So when I put this in, it was really forward-looking. It would be another board, another day, 5, 6, 7 years down the road.
True.
that this would ever come up again because our junior high and elementary history social science adoption is done. We did it 2 years ago. It won't come up for 6 or 7, 8 years. This is that change, as much as I like it, is not applicable to us because we're not going to review history social science anytime in the near future. It's done. And so that's sort of my way of saying that there is a way for a board to have a say, but it's not something that's going to come in front of us anytime soon. It's the ship has sailed. And I think actually what we did adopt, and I think if you look at it, the examples out there would be the Pony Express riding woman example they use is saying that she was a girl and then she dressed as a boy, and it isn't that big a deal. I really don't think we as a district have some of the problems that you folks, that you read about on the internet. I actually think we've done a really good job. And I think where I worry is, like I said a minute ago, is when somebody starts freestyling. And we can't BP and AR our way out of that.
Superintendent Noguchi?
So, President Marks, I can be sensitive to your opinions and those of Mrs. Chen. What I can say, what happened this year, and it was September, that in I believe it was social science, or it could have been science book, the publishers had added in an additional lesson that was not part of the pilot materials and that you all looked at. While, yes, it did address the FAIR Act, we did write a letter to parents of that particular grade level. It was 4th or 5th. We let them know when it was going to be taught. So it wasn't, we were fully aware of the sensitivity out there in that work. So that came about as, the materials that you all adopted, but recognizing our community can be sensitive to certain issues.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Newman?
I guess my question is, okay, we're talking about this kind of an abstract, and what's the reality of, first graders getting instruction on in the FAIR Act? What is it? And when we looked at the curriculum, it didn't seem, like John was saying, it didn't seem like it was anything out there that would be terribly offensive to anybody. And the reality is it complied with the law. And then when this issue came up, as I recall, there was a section of it was science, right?
Yes.
And it was
Science,
junior high
6th grade.
science.
Yes.
6th grade.
6th grade.
6th grade. Okay. It was 6th grade science. And so did we skip over that part? What did we do?
It was actually not, it was an extended activity. It was not even part of what you should do. It was an optional lesson the teacher could dive into as an acceleration type lesson. So it was not required. It was a suggestion. If you need to accelerate for some of your students, you might want to talk about this. So we made sure that the teachers knew that it was not a mandatory piece to talk about. It was just an extra activity. And then we made sure that all the parents knew that, as well as it was not in the pilot when we adopted that pilot. It was added later. So everybody understood how it came about and what the responsibility that we had to teach it or not.
What was the feedback we got? If any?
None.
It's
Oh,
been the
thank you
feedback
very
has
much
been
for clarifying.
relatively quiet.
The teacher caught it, not a parent.
I had
Right.
one, in all transparency, I had one parent that emailed me upset that we hadn't caught it. And my response was, I totally understand, and it wasn't there for us to catch.
And I would go back to what Trustee Walker said earlier. We've been teaching the curriculum, specific courses at those grade levels for 2 years, and the response has been very favorable. There's been very limited, if any, complaints or concerns brought forward by parents at sites or at the district level.
Okay, thank
And that's kind of my point, is when we talk about these policies and we talk about it, we look rather abstract. So I'm kind of just like asking a question: what in reality does this look like when this plays out? And so I think that's important for us to take a moment to do, and as opposed to seeing opposition that maybe doesn't exist.
Let me add to that. It was that topic that made us realize that it would be good practice, though not required whatsoever. It would be good practice for us to send these monthly newsletters home to parents saying, this is the topic that will be covered in the next unit. You're welcome to ask questions. You're welcome to come look at the curriculum, just as that proactive, hey, we want you to know what's coming.
That's great.
That's good.
I think that's a very positive move. I just want to reiterate my support for Mr. Godot's point that we don't articulate in this AR actual grade level.
Yep.
What I suggest a way to communicate with the parents may be, because it's more fluid, is maybe through the way we're doing it through a newsletter, or maybe some general statements in the student conduct code that we send home with parents, because that is our primary means of communicating. So we can refer them as board members. Hey, look at this on page such and such in the conduct code. That's where we talk about it, and it's a letter, and it's like in clear, human language as opposed to lawyer language, and that states it in a way that that they can understand it, so if that addresses those concerns, and so then we don't need to add anything. I like some of John's changes so far on this, because I think we incorporate in, it answers Trustee West's question on what is age appropriate, because then it takes in the maturity issue and it takes the actual ed code. I like that. And so I mean, so far I'm in agreement. So if we could maybe continue going down the list.
Chug through this? Yes.
Yeah.
Will do.
All
I
right.
have a comment from Trustee West or a question?
I want to be respectful of parents' concerns for their children, because parents know their children better than we do. But just working with 6th, 7th, and 8th graders for so many years, I hate to leave some of these things till 9th grade, as Trustee Marks had maybe recommended, because 6th, 7th, and 8th grade is where developmentally kids are exploring who am I and where do I fit in. And 9th grade, for a lot of these kids, is not going to be helpful. We really need to provide support for students during especially those turbulent adolescent years where these questions are there, whether parents know it or not. Kids are having, a lot of them, these ideas, and I want to be supportive of our students as well.
Coming there soon.
Okay, yes.
So if we can go to,
Trustee Walker.
I don't know what number it is on yours. Flip one more, please. Right there, number 6, it talks about 1 through 6 health. I just put a note. The blue is not a proposed change. It's just a note to myself. Ed Code 51210 talks about exactly what you were getting at. Health, including instruction in the principles and practices of individual, family, and community health. That's the health we can cover in 1 through 6 that doesn't get into the CSE, Comprehensive Sex Ed. And that's separate from what comes up on the next page, which is me asking to actually delete the next part, which says venereal disease, sexual health, HIV, AIDS prevention instruction. We're not doing this in 1 through 6 right now. And I think that adding it back in on a Saturday is no bueno in my mind. That requires that I think we need to go out and have a community conversation first and separate the two issues between health and this policy. And if you open up 6142.1, it specifically states it's for junior high and high school, not elementary. And so I'd prefer to pull it out, and then if we're going to put it back in, we do it in a regular board meeting after community outreach.
And I think that this aligns to the work that we're going to be doing once our health standards come about, is really looking at the health standards and their recommendations, because it is a recommendation, and then looking at this work in elementary as soon as those standards are already adopted. So this is 4 or 6 months down the road, and I do strongly believe that we need to have stakeholder input on this work, and this one's going to be a tough one.
I just think
it's not going to happen on a Saturday for sure.
Putting it in here now is a huge change, because we're not doing this. And so having it in the 1 through 6 section, saying that we're offering this as a course of study when we don't, and that's very different from the previous page where it talked about health. And I think that's the tricky part about all this, is how do you diverge between health? Because once you open up comprehensive sex ed and you open that can of worms, it is all or nothing. And that was my concern when we got rid of this the first time, was it's not age appropriate depending on what you adopt. And I think there's huge concern out there. And again, there'll be a hearing Wednesday in Sacramento called SB 673, which would dramatically change what happens in K through 6 sex ed if it can clear committee. Even if it doesn't, so be it. But I think I would rather the AR reflect what we're doing. And we're not doing K through 6 sex ed, and putting it in here is a change, and it's a big change. And I think that needs to come after community outreach and a regularly scheduled board meeting after we do more work. Just eliminate the hurdle.
Okay,
And then I don't think,
yes.
if we move on in grade 7 through 12,
What page are you on?
on mine it's D, but it's the exact same change we just did in social science in 1 through 6.
Okay.
Because it's the exact same language again. It's the same ed code that was in 1 through 6 is in 7 through 12.
Oh, yes.
There you are on social science. It's the same exact thing again. The following page, I had a question. It talks about World War II and Vietnam, and we have those crossed out. I'm curious as to why we would not talk about World War II, including the role of Americans Filipino and the Vietnam War, and talking about Laos. Why would we cross those topics out? I put them back in just because I thought they were important.
We believed that the paragraph above was all encompassing,
Okay.
and we didn't need to specify that because it was already part of the piece of right above it.
Okay, it was just odd because it was, we highlight, and I like the Bracero thing because I wish more people knew about it.
And those items are in the standards
Okay.
for those grade levels, so they would be included as a
Just
course
struck
of
me as odd.
teaching the standards.
It was just odd that they were crossed out. It gave me the impression that we're not doing that.
We are.
Okay. Right below that, we crossed out a piece that said may include participation in a teen court or peer court program. I put it back in only because it didn't say we shall, it just said we may. Why not? I mean, we have the court programs we do in the high schools, and the kids love them. Why not just stick it back in there? That was my only take there. I thought it was fairly low-hanging fruit. And if we move to courses of study, you got to find my next blue one. There's actually a language change here that we didn't pick up on. And it's number 8, applied arts, consumer, and we have homemaking. It should be changed to family and consumer sciences. If you look at the note, this is like the gamut notes we were talking about earlier. It specifically says that the law changed that wording. And so I just wanted to update our language to reflect what they did in Sacramento, because they were bored and they needed to change the name of something. Number 10, comprehensive sex, health, and HIV prevention, which shall be medically and factually correct. It may seem trivial, but that's actually the language in SB 673 that will be heard. I don't think we have a current problem now. That's for a future board, because there is material out there that folks are adopting that is not medically and factually correct. And so I'm protecting a future board member.
And along that, I just have a suggestion, because I know this was what we had adopted before, was to have a focus on abstinence. So just to add in comprehensive sexual health with a focus on abstinence, because that's what we've been doing in our sex ed program for all these years. And we have worked with the county to ensure that when they come into our schools, that that's what their education, they have a 5-day sex education, I don't know what to call it, but it's their slot in. So
It's our unit.
it's
where
our
we
unit,
teach it.
right. So we've focused on abstinence. So if we could add that in, just add with a focus on abstinence along with John's green.
I will say that in the CHIA, the California Healthy Youth Act, in terms of abstinence, it says that we cannot teach
Right,
instruction cannot only
right.
be about
No, this isn't
but that would
abstinence
be
only, but it is a focus because it's a primary. I couldn't find or didn't know where to look for what we approved a few years ago, because we did approve that with the focus on abstinence in the sexual health portion.
Then ours does.
Right, so can we just add that as words with the focus on abstinence into that line? Trustee is it Trustee Newman?
I think that maybe the issue is a focus on abstinence. I'm thinking maybe not. I mean, we need to comply with the act, the comprehensive sexual health and HIV prevention, which shall be medically and factually correct. I like that. That's from the Ed Code, right?
No,
No.
that's the proposed language in SB 673. I just know that there's stuff out there that's not factually correct and not medically correct. Yes. It's out there. I've seen it. We don't have it. I'm being proactive in the sense that if something comes in front of us, I want the ability to go back to a BP or an AR and say, no, that's not factually correct and we're not doing that. It's not something I'm worried about for us. It's just saying, please be correct, because there's information out there that's not.
The CHIA actually says, I'm looking at it right now, quote, medically accurate means verified or supported by research. So it's in the FAIR Act. And we must follow
Can
that.
we just put the FAIR Act words in medically accurate?
Okay?
Yeah.
As long as there's a way to fact check this thing back, because the language that they're changing or they're debating Wednesday goes to the fact that what the law says now is, it says when it comes to the sex ed stuff, may be accurate. Maybe is different than shall.
Oh, no. Yeah. I like which shall be medically accurate. That's right from the California Healthy Youth Act, right?
That's right.
I think we, as much as we can, let's adopt what the
I'm
language
trying
of the
to.
statute.
I'm trying.
Okay, so we'll take out and factually from what you've said here. So it would be which shall be medically accurate.
Okay.
Okay. And then back on to Trustee Mark's point about focus on abstinence. She wants an extra sentence there. I'm a little concerned with if we put focus. This shall include. I think it should say this shall include abstinence. Or abstinence education. I mean, just so we make a statement about abstinence.
I like the fact that it includes. I think that covers what she does, and it gives us, again,
It just gives it a little bit. It doesn't go as hard, and because if the legislation is pretty clear, it can be abstinence only. Right. And so if we say focus, that could be considered in arrears of that.
Somebody's going to misinterpret it, and then somebody's going to go sideways.
There was guidance from State Superintendent Torlakson in April of 2018. It says abstinence may not be discussed in isolation. The Ed Code requires that instructional materials include information that abstinence is the only certain way to prevent HIV, other STIs, and unintended pregnancy. However, it also states instruction shall provide information about the value of delaying sexual activity while also providing medically accurate information on other methods of preventing HIV and other STIs in pregnancy. Abstinence-only sex education, which offers abstinence as the only option for preventing STIs and unintended pregnancy, is not permitted in California public schools. So it.
But it's
right here in the FAIR
there's
Act.
a right. If there's a way to say it right,
I think
and I'll agree.
including it, right? I think
including
your
it.
language was good. When you
Including it, and I like the language that Superintendent Torlakson had about delaying sexual activity. Mm-hmm. I think that's clearer than abstinence. I mean, for some people, that the word abstinence may not be clear. That's another. That I think that's a good point as well. So I think that language is so a sentence there about what it shall include, and the education shall include abstinence education and delaying sexual activity.
I think anything that makes it.
That's good.
That just reiterates there's options out there, and we're going to be talking about that. The other issue in this that is interesting is the mental health component of it. What language is there in the California Healthy Youth Act which talks about that? It doesn't seem like we've got any bullet points on that, on the emotional and mental health issues of our students, and particularly with regard to this. I know that it includes sex trafficking and that kind of things, and abuses that could take place, but the basic emotional and mental health components don't seem like. Do you see it anywhere in there, Dr. West?
It is in the FAIR Act, for example, to provide pupils with the knowledge and skills they need to develop healthy attitudes concerning adolescent growth and development, their body image, gender, sexual orientation, relationships, marriage, and family.
I like that. I mean, just kind of to say, I like that in there, just because I think the emotional, I think it provides a more comprehensive view of the emotional needs of our students and with regard to these issues. So I would suggest adding exact language like that into one of these bullet points in 7 through 12.
And maybe not the entire paragraph, but you read one sentence in there that
like
I think
it.
really condensed it. It was like the second or third sentence.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it needs to be right in here with the health.
Go after G with the violence awareness and prevention, and then do it just before that. Make it a, maybe it's on safety. Personal
Or
and
add
public
it to
safety.
10. Add it to 10, or after G, make it an H.
Right. That's what.
There you go.
So that's,
Yes.
so Ms. Odell, it's on page F. So if you go to F and at the end of G,
Yes. Add H.
add an H, and then that two-sentence paragraph that you just wrote there.
And all that we were just talking about with Mr. Godot would be that sentence from Torlickson would be adding to 10. So it would be qualifying comprehensive sex education, and it would be sentences. It would be a sentence to just further explain that.
I emailed you that quote as well as the website reference.
And that's on page E. So E and then F, not counting what we have here.
Okay.
Right.
And okay, I
I
think
think
that's it.
all I have left are two questions. One picks up one of the things that Miss Chen asked about that sort of went me looking. And it talked about we had crossed out 5146. The whole ethnic studies thing is crossed out, and I understand why. Even Sacramento and the state board decided to run from that subject as fast as they could, and so it disappeared. Why would married pregnant parenting studies be under ethnic studies? It just doesn't add up to me. It's crossed out, but I'm just curious as to why it was in that neighborhood. It doesn't make sense.
No. it doesn't.
So it's just a comment and question. And I think the last piece was certification of college prep courses. Our language is much more expansive than the sample policy and gamut is. Is there a reason for that? I mean, I like the fact that it's more verbose, but that whole paragraph is much more than what's in the sample policy. Is that because we're doing things more intensely, more thorough, more because you're a superstar?
Thank you very much. This actually gives a little bit of the directions regarding the UC doorways that we must get all of our A through G courses approved through. So there's just a little bit more meat to it, if you will, of how we actually do that, directions.
So I guess it's not a question as much as a compliment that I noticed that you put extra work in there.
Thank you.
Well done. Those are my changes, and we actually got through that fairly cleanly.
Yes. Okay, so with the changes, and I will try to review them for staff, make sure I caught them all and we all caught them all. So the superintendent's going to check into the first page at the bottom just to see the alignment between 60040, and if that means that the board can have edit that
Discretion,
paragraph
yeah.
in any discretion based on the cultural, the community's culture. Then we're going to page B, AR 6143B, deleting the number D as in Daniel. So we're deleting that. Venereal disease and sexual health and HIV/AIDS prevention instruction. Then we're going on to the next page, C. We're adding in John's suggestion from K6 that he had suggested that first page. Oh, sorry, because I didn't have the green, I couldn't look at it. So with the green, agreeing with that, what John had suggested in that same paragraph on E. That was C and E are the same, I believe. And then moving to item D, page D, AR 6143D, that at the top of the paragraph was to keep that paragraph. This course may include participation in a teen court or peer court program, and referencing that. And then page E was to delete that, in item A was to delete homemaking and change it to family and consumer science. And then 10, he had, let's see what you had, John, I have to see this again. Okay, so we had changed it to, which shall be medically accurate. So that's what we changed that green to. And then we're adding a sentence that's adding abstinence and delaying sexual activity, something that Mr. Godot is going to help us come up with a short sentence that says that. And
Would you
then-
like,
from
would you like me to
Tarleton.
read that specifically so you have it now, or just include it in the second?
Oh. Okay, yeah, all right. That's fine. We'll
If it goes sideways, you'll know, right?
And then we're adding, on F, we're adding H after the letter G, and there will be two sentences that Ms. Odell read to us on mental health from CHI, C-H-I. So is that, did I miss anything besides the green? I didn't make reference to it, but I think that was agreed upon.
I think so.
Is everybody okay with that? All right, so I'll entertain a motion to approve that.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Walker, seconded by trustee Newman. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, passes unanimously. Moving on to item B13, approval of first reading of proposed draft of board policy 6145.2, athletic competition, and we'll also be doing the AR that aligns with this as well. So it's item C3. So it'll be just behind the one we just did in the ARs. So going back to board policy. Yes, we'll do the board policy and then we'll do the AR. 6145. 6145. Okay, and this is Mr. Godot.
Yes, good morning, Board President Marks, trustees, Superintendent Dr. Noguchi. This morning, we're asking for your consideration on a new board policy, BP 6145.2, athletic competition. This board policy ensures that Modesto City School student athletes and coaches, as well as the district, are meeting district and CIF requirements for participation, as well as adding language around specific state and federal requirements that we do not have codified in BP at this time. I'm open for questions or comments.
Could I just ask something?
Yes, it's time for questions now. Trustee Lopez.
No, I was gonna not necessarily to this, but I do see Mr. Reynolds out in the public. I know he has one, and I know this might be a little bit
Lengthy.
lengthy. So I was wondering maybe we can move up Mr. Reynolds, VP, do that one, and then come back to this one.
Okay, so remind me which one this is. The
B17.
B17. All right, okay, so this needs to go the board. Is the board amiable to moving B17 out of order up to
Let's get him home.
right now? Okay, so item
It's good.
B17, so we will just put a placeholder in item B13 and move to item B17 for the moment. And I'm going to read that. Approval of first reading of proposed draft of Board Policy 6162.5, Student Assessment. So, Mr. Reynolds.
I'm feeling the love this morning. Thank you very much. Good morning, Board President Marks, trustees, Dr. Noguchi, Cabinet. If you haven't figured it out, I'm Ryan Reynolds, Director of Assessment Evaluation. And I'm here to talk to you about Board Policy 6162.5, which generally outlines how student assessment is used to inform instruction and program planning, how the results should be disaggregated or broken down, and what do we do with this data? This board policy uses the recommended stock gamut language. It doesn't really get heavily into the specifics of high stakes or accountability testing, as that's reserved for another board policy coming forward later this year. And there's really two types of assessment that are mentioned here, formative and summative. And just to give you a little background, formative is generally speaking used for timely feedback on how our students or schools are doing so we can adjust instruction throughout the year. They're like dipsticks, checking the oil throughout the year. Summative assessments are end of term or end of year tests to gauge mastery or completeness of learning. And we just looking through the board policy here and addressing some things. We currently use a secure assessment reporting and analysis system to help us disaggregate and summarize assessment data by school, grade, classroom, student group. We also provide professional development to principals regarding the interpretation of assessment data through monthly meetings, school leadership coaching, and webinars and short videos. And then towards the end, the section on individual record of accomplishment really refers to a graduating senior who may need certain information for college entrance or job readiness. So this board policy does recognize the limits in education code that outline when these records should be shared. So with that said, again, thank you for moving things around for me, and I'm ready to take any questions or recommendations you might have.
Okay, Trustee West.
Thank you. On the first page, second paragraph at the end, it states that it talks about the achievement goals to evaluate the district programs in order to identify needed improvements and, as appropriate, evaluate staff performance. How exactly will the student data that we collect be used to assess or evaluate staff performance?
So that is the stock language, and I saw that and then immediately started making some phone calls like, how does this work? What's the contract state? And so it's actually in our bargaining agreement. There's language that says instructional employee evaluation shall include evidence of pupils' progress toward established standards based upon pre and post assessments. So those are really typically, just having come from a school site before, those are classroom assessments. Teachers get to pick what they're going to use for that. There's a conversation that takes place as part of the evaluation process. And how are you going to measure that? Okay, well, let's see how it goes this year. Great. And that's generally speaking how it goes. It actually goes on to state later in this document or in this board policy that we're not to use high stakes testing for evaluation purposes.
So mainly for goal setting for the teachers to discuss what goals they're looking at and
setting
do they
some
meet the goals or
objectives
not.
for the
Okay.
year.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? All right.
Can I make a motion to approve?
Okay, motion by Trustee Lopez, seconded by Trustee Newman. All those in favor? please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes.
Thank you very much. Have a great Saturday.
Okay, thank you. You too. All right, going back.
Somebody's out of here.
Going back to item B13, approval of first reading of proposed draft of board policy 6145.2 athletic competition. So now, Mr. Godot.
I think we're at questions.
We're at questions. He introduced it. All right, questions. Trustee, I don't recall who's went on first, but we'll go ahead with Trustee Newman.
All right, I had a question on, it's the last paragraph that was deleted. It talks about informing a parent if the student was injured. I don't understand why we would delete that.
I think the idea is, as a matter of practice, when a student is injured, we do make parent contact. It was language around defining what a serious injury or illness is. There's definitely, I mean, if that is language that you would like to see in there, that's absolutely possible, but the recommendation was not to include it, just as,
And that's our staff recommendation?
yes.
Okay. Just because, like, having to determine what's serious and a serious injury or illness
Is
too discretionary.
is a hangnail serious, or is a sprained ankle serious? There's, as a matter of practice, first aid, medical issues with student athletes, coaches do make those contacts home. So we were just trying to avoid any problems down the road where a parent might come back and say, this was a serious injury, you did not notify me. Again, that's absolutely at your discretion to include that or not.
Okay.
Okay, Trustee.
Is there
You know what? Let me just add to that. We also do accident reports. When a student is injured, there's an accident report, and that also does, through that form, include parent contact as part of that process.
That's in the AR, the accident report.
I'll need to look at that.
Yeah.
Trustee West?
Do you need to look now or?
Go ahead. I'll look when we get to the.
On B, page B, we talk about in the second paragraph the eligibility requirements to participate in sports include requirements pertaining to academic achievement. Do we have anything that ties into behavior as well?
Currently, citizenship is not an eligibility requirement. However, there are certain items that if a student receives a disciplinary consequence, i.e. a suspension at a certain level, then that does impact eligibility. For example, if a student brings an illegal substance to school, there's a suspension, and those can enact periods of ineligibility.
And that's included somewhere, right?
That's
We have that
included in the
written
code of conduct relative
conduct.
to student eligibility.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, and then because this was very similar to, I agree with this whole board policy except for transgender males playing sports against female students. So I'm voting no on it only for that reason, because I was concerned about the safety of female students on our teams or teams that we play. So I am going to vote no on this, but other than that, I will entertain a motion to approve this board policy.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Walker, seconded by, is there a second? Trustee Lopez. All those in favor of board policy 6145.2, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
And one nay, so it passes 5-1. Now to do the AR, 6145.2.
Correct. Again, AR 6145.2, athletic competition. This AR provides the guidance and processes for schools to follow to ensure that we're addressing the BP, as well as the requirements by the CIF and, again, corresponding state and federal law that we need added into our processes.
Yes. So I asked to have this pulled, and it was only because to be consistent with voting no on it. So that was, I agree with the entirety of it except for the transgender males playing against female students. So, so I'm ready to entertain a motion to approve this.
So moved.
Motion by trustee Walker, seconded by trustee Lopez to approve AR 6145.2. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Raise your hand. And one no. All those opposed, one no. So by trustee Marks.
Can I have just a comment?
Yes.
Is it possible, I was wondering, I know if we want to pull ARs, we were asked to do so by noon on Friday, which I think is great. Is it possible for us, after they're pulled, for us to know which ones are pulled so we can look at the ARs before the meeting?
That would be fine. I'm happy to allow that. I think that would be great.
Just for instance,
Yes.
If I knew a board member had concerns with an AR, then I had a chance to go through it prior to the meeting.
Yeah, right, yeah. That's fine.
And I think if an AR is in consent and we say to, board member would like this pulled, you could go down in consent and look at it. So you're free to
Right.
look at that.
Yes.
I think she just wants a heads
It's
up.
part of the system. Oh, yes, I would give, the intention is to give a
Yes.
heads up, and that's why I wanted it by 12 at noon, so I could then so that we could send that out.
Right.
Did you get that email?
I got the email.
Okay.
I got the email saying if you want to pull anything, do so by noon, so that we could pull them out, but I didn't know which ones were pulled.
Right.
Okay, so yes, I apologize for that. I thought that went out on which ones were going to be pulled, so you then would have the ability to read through that. So that's our oversight, and we'll make sure that happens in the future.
I could have missed it too, but
Yeah.
I just didn't know which ones were pulled. If I could.
No, we'll
have
make
that.
sure that that's part of the
Okay,
practice.
thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I apologize for that.
In a regular board meeting, we would not have time to do that because sometimes it's pulled, it might be pulled on Thursday or Monday at the meeting. So sometimes someone comes up and says, oh, I really want to move this to the action item. So, but yes, thank you. That's fine.
And oftentimes the board members are good at, on Sunday. Sunday's usually a busy day when, just before the board meeting, and you share what your concerns are, and I can make sure that goes out in the future.
Okay, moving on to item B14, approval of first reading of proposed draft of board policy 6151, class size.
Yes, again, this is me.
Oh, yes, sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, Brad.
BP 6151 class size. This is new policy. This is new board policy, as Modesto City Schools did not previously have a policy on the topic of class size. Adding this BP on this topic will align our board policy with California grade span average and our Modesto Teachers Association collective bargaining agreement as recommended by CSBA. I'm available for questions.
Any questions from any board members? Seeing none, I appreciated the fact that it went along with what we already do, and it talked about our that it's in our contract and what we already have collectively bargained. So I will entertain a motion to approve. Moved by trustee West, seconded by trustee
I'll second.
Walker. All those in favor, please raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Trustee Newman, did you vote yes? Okay, all right, yes. So it passes unanimously. So we will move on to item B15, approval of reading of proposed draft of board policy 6155, challenging courses by examination. Trustee Newman.
I just had a quick question. There was a board policy 6154. Where did that go?
We tabled this because it goes back to the student grades, and there was a lot of content here. So because we pulled that one, this needed to be removed as well. It was
Okay.
not agendized. So
Yeah, I
forgot
had a
to
bunch
say
of
that.
comments on that one, and so I'm like, where'd it go? Okay, thank you.
Yes, yeah, that one was pulled to do some further research.
It's like
Okay,
3 of
So
them.
back to 6155, board policy, wait, did I not get the right person?
It's me.
Oh, yes, Ms. Odell.
Okay, so we are looking at challenging courses by examination. What this board policy does, let me gather all my notes. It's a new policy, and it allows our students, if they have already mastered the standards in a particular area, they're allowed to challenge the course by examination to show that they have mastery and move on to the next area. I want to point out that at the very end of the second paragraph, we added a sentence for clarification. Do you have the black font on the sentence?
No.
Okay. Let's see. Antoinette, can you help me use the Elmo to show the one sentence we added?
Mr. Salkin, can you flip that over? Thank you.
And the reason why we added this one sentence is oftentimes there's confusion on challenging the course and getting credit for it. We wanted to be very crystal clear on that. So what you have, there's no changes there. It's just in terms of, let's say a student is completely fluent in Spanish 1 and they want to move on to Spanish 2 or something, or AP, they don't need to take it.
You should get credit. You should get credit, though, because if you had to do 2 years of Spanish, you only did 1.
However, just because they pass an examination does not mean that now they just got credit for it towards graduation. It means that they can move on, let's say, from Algebra 1 to Algebra 2, etc. But they don't get graduation credit for testing out. So we just wanted to be really crystal clear on that. So the black line here has been added in. You do not have it in front of you, and it says course credit will not be granted for challenged courses. They may pass it, but that doesn't mean that now you just got 5 units or 10 units towards graduation.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
Trustee Newman.
I'm glad we added this sentence because it definitely, I have some concerns about this. So this addresses some of my concerns. there's a segment of, and I guess because my kids kind of float in this world, but there's a segment of our population. They're great students, wonderful families, that they want to accelerate their students as fast as possible through all of this, and there's and while there's a rub here, we should try and accommodate that. We should try and meet those needs, and we should try and serve that segment of our population. There's the other side of it, which is there's some education to be learned in going through the process in the time that it's set out, and the maturity that is done, and the maturity that students go through. And we had one of these that involved a bunch of our administrative staff in trying to deal with this, a student that really could test out of all of high school for and I think you know what student I'm talking about. And while I appreciate us allowing this, it's not something we necessarily want to encourage. Because I don't think we don't want to stand necessarily in the way of it, but at the same time, it's generally not in a student's best interest. So it's kind of a rub here, and so I think that this policy doesn't encourage it, but I'd be open to what anybody else's view on this is. While I agree we should allow it, and it needs to be here, I'm a little concerned with we don't want to encourage it.
Something else to consider in that, and I respect that, just thinking through that, is there isn't any credit. So let's say you have somebody go and do 6 classes, all of their freshman year, whatever that is, you still need credits for graduation. So if the concern is they still need to get through the social, emotional, the collaboration, the partnership, the how do you navigate the halls and PE and all of that, because that is part of maturing, right? And that's what we're also educating. So there's only so many they could in order to be able to still get the credits for graduation. So that's just something to consider as you have dialogue on this.
I think that most of your concerns are now addressed, because it doesn't mean you just get to graduate as a sophomore. When I was in Monterey Peninsula Unified, we had the exact same thing. We had so many students able to move on. It was actually affecting staff at that point. So we had to really look at this as well as, what does it mean to challenge the course and pass the course and give them the acceleration that they need, because we want to meet their needs, but also give them that time for maturity, and do both. We need to do both for our children.
Trustee Walker.
I would agree, and I think the difference is when I went through this in our house, we weren't in high school, so there wasn't a credit counting thing. But when we moved my oldest out of 2nd grade into 3rd grade after about 6 weeks, the 6 weeks were sitting and testing. She sat there and took every single 2nd grade test they could find, and then we had to go back, and like you said, it's a rare thing, because it wasn't an issue whether or not she knew it or not. The issue was she mature enough and ready to do the social interaction to make the move? And it did put a lot of pressure on the staff, because there was somebody that had to sit there with my daughter every day and hand her tests and go through that whole process. And so I would imagine that you're right. It does put a stress on staff, and I do think that it's a tricky issue, and it is rare, and it was a very long process to make that move, because it's so unusual to do. And I think Trustee Newman's point is that it should be rare and you don't get the credit, and I think that makes perfect sense. But it was tricky, and it just was. And there were other students who probably could have taken the test, but were they ready to make that move up here, which I think goes to your point on the process, because there's value in that, and sort of being around people and so forth and so on, and social interactions, and can you make that jump, and less is better.
Trustee Brown.
Yeah, I'd like to bring up a scenario that might counter what has been recommended. Let's say a student has failed a course and has made the individual independent effort to learn the material and is prepared to take an exam. I would propose that credit should be given if they are able to do that.
You have a great point. Actually, part of the program when you look at A through G courses and the pathway is if you take the next level, it validates the lower level course. So you don't get the credit if you got an F. You don't. It's 0 points or 0 credits. You don't get it. But let's say Algebra 1, you got an F. You were playing around as a freshman, you get your 0 credit. Well, then the next year you happen to end up in Algebra 2 and you get a passing grade, you get a great grade. It, according to the UC pathways, it validates that you know the standards from Algebra 1 as well as Algebra 2, and you can continue moving on. You don't go back and get graduation credits. You still need to make up those credits. You could do that in a credit recovery during the summer, etc. But it does validate so that you're not stuck at a level, of course.
With credit recovery, do we allow a student to take an exam to get the credits, or do they have to sit through a class?
It requires the hours of sitting.
See, that's that.
class
I object
hours.
to that for someone who has failed a course and mastered the material. I think they should receive the academic credit because they've put in the seat time already.
Okay, Trustee West.
I think also we need to look at people coming into our district from other states who may be way ahead of us, or other countries who might also have mastered material already coming in, and we're already looking at where do we place these students. And so I just think that's something to be aware of. Has that been thought out? I'm sure it has as well.
Actually, we do. We have a very robust program for analyzing our transcripts. And even coming up, we have some pieces in here that talk about, for example, migrant ed. If you have been in other places and lots of other states, and maybe their graduation requirements don't quite align up, that we have ways to give them credit for those things. So we do have a process to analyze the transcripts well.
Okay, that's helpful. With Trustee Newman.
To address Trustee Brown's point, just a point of clarification, I know that when we do credit recovery, it can be on an accelerated path. The student can do it online, accelerated, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So this whole sitting through the hours, it's not, you may not be a whole semester doing that. You may be 2 weeks for a class that was a semester, right?
That's correct. We use Apex, and you have to go through the assessments, and you have to pass all of those assessments. So yes, in theory, a student could be in summer school and quickly go through those and show that they did remediate and they did pass the class.
So what we would be saying is they could get credit in 6 weeks for something, 6 weeks or less in a summer school course, because the summer school courses are all online, most of our high school ones, right?
And our program is 19 days. It's 19
right.
days.
So in 19 days, you could make up for what the student didn't pass, and then they could take a test, and then they could get that credit.
That's correct. That's how it works.
Okay, so I think that alleviates my concern about what you're saying is that we're providing an avenue for a student to get the credit, and for a class they didn't pass. So I'm not really concerned about the scenario that you've given, because we've given them an avenue to do this in an accelerated way. It's not a matter they have to go repeat the class that lasted all year. It's very truncated. I mean, my own students had done the health education, and I think it was less than like 10 days. Yeah, 2 weeks at the most. So
as long as you're passing the, again, validated research-based assessments and getting through to show your mastery.
Which is exactly right. I think it gets to, you made a good point. It gets to Trustee Brown's, I think, concern. Once you demonstrate proficiency on that course at an accelerated rate, you don't have to sit there for a certain amount of seat time when you're going through that Apex curriculum. So I could come in, work diligently, demonstrate to that teacher of record that I'm able to achieve those standards by passing the test, and then I would be able to be free to leave and receive the passing mark.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, and credit. Yep.
Yes.
And it replaces your F.
Yes, right. That's good.
I think we saw it.
Yeah, I appreciate the dialogue on that because it does help all of us, because I had the same concerns Trustee Brown had. What if, this happens? And I'm just grateful that we're doing this new policy, because students were not allowed to move up at their pace, at a faster pace, and which creates a lot of frustration on students' part to have to sit through something they already know. And so to be able to test over on that and then move into the appropriate class, I think is very helpful. So I'm glad we're adding this. I know this wasn't in the past, we've had this dialogue and we did not have this policy. So I'm grateful that we have it. Well, we will have it. So ready to entertain a motion to approve this board policy.
So moved with the additional language.
Okay, Trustee Newman said so moved with the additional sentence that says course credit will not be granted for challenged courses. Seconded by Trustee Brown. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item B16, approval of first reading of proposed draft 6161.2, damaged or lost instructional material. And this also goes to Ms. Odell.
Yes, okay. So 61612 is what we follow with our policy. We just didn't have, we follow through with our actions. We just didn't have the policy in place. The language is straight from Gamut. And I do want to pull attention to the last paragraph on the first page. I want you to know that we did our research and double checked what the law says about if a student has lost materials and reparation was not made. Ed Code says that we may withhold the student's grade, diploma, and or transcripts. And I did verify that. I wanted to make sure that we weren't being excessively punitive if not appropriate.
Okay. Question from Trustee Newman.
Okay. In reading this, I just want to make sure there's not a conflict with what we do in reality. Okay, so we've got, to our high school students, we issue them a computer. And we encourage them very strongly to buy the insurance for $20 or is it 20, 25? I think it's 20.
Something.
Okay, to buy the insurance because if something happens, which my youngest son it seems to be a little bit problematic on that. And so we've had to go through that process. And so we purchased the insurance and then he goes and gets another computer the one time it did happen. But so I don't see any, we always provide at our sites, a student that, trips over their laptop and breaks the screen, there's a way for them to get a replacement device that day at our sites, right? And just want to go through this so that everybody, and I think that that's addressed in this policy, that we have that they're responsible, so they bring in the what's left of it, and and we give them what they need to get the instruction they need for that day and to continue on. There's no interruption.
None.
Right. Okay, and this policy does that. Okay, so there's parents that would, rather than replacing that device, well, here, just take the computer from home, and that isn't allowed. So they have to have the device. It's just like they would have to have the textbook we provide. You can't have, there's a dictionary we sent with you at home, so here, just take that to school. It's not the same. So that's what we do, right?
Right.
Okay.
And we immediately replace it. They'll get one right away. We
Right.
can't disrupt instruction.
Right.
Yeah, I know we have, it's a great way that that's done. And I don't see anything in the policy that interrupts that. Just trying to walk through what we actually do. So does this policy make sense based on what we actually do? Because I think what we're doing is working for the most part. So I want to make sure that works. And so people understand why it is that way. And so I don't have any problem with it. I think that it is what we're doing, and I think that works. The issue is, and whether we need to put any language like this in there, that it's our desire as a board that the students have the materials they need, and there would not be a disruption in their education and instruction because they're missing those materials for a temporary time. And so that's really what this policy reflects, and that's really our goal. So, that we don't want a disruption. So I'm not sure whether, I don't think that this policy comes right out and says that, but I do think it gets there. But that's really the goal, is we don't want any disruption of what our instruction for our students.
And in the second paragraph, it says the student shall be immediately issued a replacement material. So
Yeah.
we're ensured to get things right back.
And I think that's really where the most important thing is, there's no disruption. That's really, and so I guess I'd be open to if we need to have another sentence in there on it, or if we think it covers it. But that's really why we need a policy like this. We are obligated to provide the instructional materials they need, and we don't want to delay any in that receipt. Okay.
Mm-hmm. That seems like that. Trustee West.
I just have a quick question. Do we have an agreement with our feeder districts or other districts where if students owe in one district, the other district will hold them accountable? I know when I worked for Sylvan, I know students were told sometimes when they went to high school, if they didn't, pay what they owed, that the high school would then hold them accountable. Or even students coming from other districts who are asking us to hold students accountable because they owe from that district. How does that work?
I'm not aware of any, and again, not necessarily anything that I've received, but I'm not aware of any penalty for a student who comes in from, say, a series or someplace else in terms of another district. And I am confident not in our feeder schools.
It no longer exists in that manner. I know that years ago there was a provision that if a student had debt coming in from a feeder district, that we would hold them ineligible to participate until that fee was paid. However, that changed a number of years ago, where incoming non-MCS students are not held to the debt standard for eligibility, but those within, for example, a student at La Loma that has a debt that goes into ninth grade, they still have the debt requirements.
Thank you.
So in terms of the pathway, if you will, if the student is an internal student, started here in elementary and is moving on their way up, should they lose a library book or et cetera, the basic plan is that the debt does follow them and they need to somehow have reparation of it. It could be that the parent finds the book on eBay for very, very cheap. That's fine too. They don't have to just pay our fine. They just have to replace the item. Our librarians do accept that. For once you move through high school, we also have a work program. The students can do some things around the sites to work that off should the family not be able to. That's we double checked with Ed Code that that's appropriate and possible. And then finally, I spoke with our district librarian. Lyanne was saying that in the end, if they do not pay them off and there is a substantial bill, the bill does go to collections in the very end if they're not willing to provide a replacement, if they're not willing to do the work plan, etc. Now, I will say that we do have some very specific policy in place for homeless, foster, and migrant ed students that does not allow that type of repayment plan.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Brown? Oh, the superintendent. Okay.
I just want to add something to that. Now, I recognize migrant ed and foster youth because foster youth specifically, they have different homes and it's hard to keep track. So that's an aside. I recognize that last paragraph has mays, and so there's nothing specific that we have to do. But my concern with this paragraph is a student that has lost their computer, didn't buy the insurance because $20 really was a lot of money, and they now are supposed to, looking at a replacement cost, something that's just larger than their means, and yet we're holding transcripts. I'm good with holding a diploma and perhaps holding those grades, but if a child is applying for MJC or CSU or whatever that is, I I don't think that should be a hurdle. I think we should be able to move the transcript forward, because in January is when you're putting those out there and you have a $400 bill. That to me is an invisible barrier. And we're only talking about a few families that this would really hit. But I can see those other things, the diplomas, the grades, some of those other things. I'm not comfortable with transcripts, but if that's something that you all agree to, then certainly I will support that.
Thank you. Trustee Brown.
So I'm following Dr. Noguchi, and I'm appreciating the clarification that you gave with the word may. And I like the fact that it does give us some discretion and that we are working some alternative ways to pay that debt. But may creates a question of fairness and equity. And just want to make sure that whatever we do creates that element of fairness and equity so that every student has the opportunity to succeed despite something they've done in their prior life. And I agree with Dr. Noguchi. Transcript withholding is probably not a fair and equitable thing to do.
Hey, Trustee Lopez.
So along with what Dr. Noguchi was talking about, I did have a couple questions, and maybe this isn't the AR, but it just came to mind. So in specific, we're talking about the laptops or the tablets, the Chromebooks, whichever they may be. So when the student purchased an insurance for $20, right? Who's insuring these? Who's insuring these laptops? Is it us because we're the owners of it, or is it a third party that the insurance goes through?
We're insuring the device, and so we're looked at as the actual holder of the insurance policy.
Okay. Now, a student that doesn't purchase the insurance, and then an accident happens, is this student being asked to pay the full damage of the computer, or the $20 that he would for the insurance costs?
Yeah, but the damage, I mean, it's for the item that's broken.
Right.
Just like if you don't get insurance on your car and you hit someone, you're responsible to pay for all of that. So that's how it would work in real life. And so we're allowing them to have a nominal fee, $20, to have a computer for 4 years. And so it seems reasonable that students would purchase that at the beginning of the year. If they're told, if you don't purchase this and something happens and you drop it, then you have to pay for it, even if it might be less than, let's say they cost, I don't know how much they cost per student, $1,000 or $1,500? 7,000? No, 700. Okay. I was like, whoa,
yeah.
$7,000. Wow. Okay, $700. Then $700, then they'd have to pay something to replace it.
Just as a point of clarification, the student, the most I've ever heard of a student having to pay that didn't buy the insurance was about $65, $75.
They try to be reasonable on the repair cost.
Yeah.
Is it truly what the actual cost is? Typically
No.
not, but they keep it within a reasonable range.
Okay.
That's good.
It's not a huge hit, as I've heard. I mean, because I know a lot of high school boys, so my sons, so things tend to happen.
Right.
Yeah.
And the accidental coverage that we have covers a replacement of the device at least one time during the policy. So.
Oh, that's good.
Right, and my question was because I mean, if I understand that if it was a third party insurance company that we were going through, then yeah, definitely we need to make sure that we're costing that, right, and that we're keeping that contract with the third company. But if it's in-house insurance, then yeah, I wanted to see what was really the impact of that students were getting, and now that I see it's not that heavy, that was my concern. That's why I brought up the questions. But I'm glad that we're
With
doing
our
something
new,
reasonable.
The next board meeting, I'll be coming forth with some information about Chromebook. We're looking at a better policy because now it's like once in a 3-year period. We're actually looking at a policy where we can do it every year. So if there's accidental damage per device per year, we can get it repaired as part of the bundle purchase price.
Great.
That sounds good. Okay, Trustee Brown.
So I would propose that we delete the word transcripts from that paragraph.
Add the word "and" in between grades and diploma.
I
If that's okay.
personally, I like the idea of keeping the transcripts only because at least a parent knows that that they'll take it more seriously, that this is something if you, I know they've lost books in the past. That was a huge loss to our district. We had hundreds of thousands of dollars in books. I said, wow. And then we made a policy that you couldn't get your transcript until you replace the books somehow. It wasn't going to be the cost of the full book, but still. And it allowed them that extra little push that said, oh, wow, I didn't know that, but I guess I better help pay this back. So I see there's a discretionary option to not withhold the transcripts. And so I think I'd still like the word may in there that allows that opportunity. I just didn't think if we took it out, it would still hold the same push for the parents to pay back at the end of their senior year.
What I've seen in the past, and I trust that Ms. Odell ran this up the legal poll, because what I have said is, my understanding, the law didn't allow for not having transcripts. The school wasn't going to go deliver the transcript to the child, but they could send it to the institution. So child doesn't get their diploma, doesn't get their transcript, but if they're applying to blank, then the school will then transfer that over to the institution. The key there being, there isn't a barrier to higher education because a debt that you can or cannot pay, don't know what that is, but it's not given to them. Here's an official transcript in an envelope, we're giving it to you, but we will send it. So I understand both ways. I do. So, Ms. Odell, you looked in Ed Code on this. So somewhere in the last 10 years, this has changed from when I was a vice principal, actually. So I'm confident that you've done that. So we could maybe change it that way or not. I mean, again, this is entirely up to the board here.
Okay, that's fine. I can see, I understand better what you're saying. So, and as long as, and then that you're sending their transcripts forward to the next, that's fine. Okay, then we can delete transcripts, so that's fine. Unless I can take that out.
And I just want to add, there's an important clause in this whole thing, and it says, in accordance with the law.
Right,
So that means that, just as Ms. Odell was saying, that there's special provisions for our migrant students, our foster students, and if the law changes. And so we can't do it if the law changes with regard to this. I would recommend we would revise this policy if the law completely prohibits it. But being that it is discretionary and there is certain exceptions carved out in the law, I think that in accordance with the law phrase provides us that flexibility we're seeking.
I'd like to point out, if you turn to page 2, right under legal reference ed code, and this matches my research, 48904.3 is where it specifically talks about the ability to do that. In all transparency, I completely agree with Dr. Noguchi. I have a significant problem with holding back something like this for a student's future. It's the suggestions that came forth, but I am completely comfortable also with taking out that piece.
Okay, so with that, I don't see any other lights. I'll entertain a motion. Motion by trustee Newman, seconded by trustee Lopez. All those.
Make sure my motion.
Oh, yes.
So my motion is that we, between grades and grades and the word diploma, we put the word and.
Yes.
And we delete the words and transcripts.
Yes.
And otherwise the policy is adopted. I move for approval as is.
This is for board policy 6161.2. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. Moving on. And I'm just watching to see when lunch is because I know it's maybe arriving soon. I wanted to take a break when it arrives and is completed. I think it came already. Let's just go find out because I thought we could take that break and.
We're almost done. Let's do one more.
Okay, we're going on to item B18, approval of first reading of proposed revision of Board Policy 6162.6, use of copyrighted materials. Miss Odell again.
Okay. 6162.6 is a revision. You'll see a lot of black font in here because it's what we currently had and the changes that are coming forward. Excuse me, just a second. What we did, you'll notice on the bottom of page 1, we have deleted some wording. We believe that the first paragraph, the first red paragraph at the very beginning, completely encompassed that information. So we just felt like that was a better streamlining of the wording. That's why it's been deleted on the bottom of page 1. And again, this is completely aligned with the policy that we have when teachers and staff need to utilize or access copyrighted materials. Do you have any questions on the revisions for this board policy?
And Trustee Brown.
The access that our students have with their own devices to electronic copies of copyrighted materials, does that come into play at all?
Whether it's electronic or in hard copy, the laws still apply, and they have the rights to, when we have adopted curriculum and it's all been provided to us to replicate and utilize on their devices. Everything's covered through that.
Okay, it seems to me that there's a lot of gray area with regard to electronic access.
In terms of the curriculum we use, or do you mean something maybe that's on the internet?
Yeah, if the student is looking at things on the internet that is copyrighted, but it's not specified in our curriculum, are there any rulings against that?
Well, as long as it's on the internet, then all the public domain laws would apply. Where you really start getting, we have board policy on that, is plagiarism, and when students start using items that have been copyrighted and don't cite them appropriately.
Okay.
But we definitely are covered with public domain when things are posted on the website.
So it's more an issue of distributing or the instructor guiding them to as if it were part of the curriculum, then it would be a problem.
And not giving appropriate credit for the original sources.
All right, thank you.
Trustee Newman.
I have a question about the very last sentence of this proposed policy. Okay, the superintendent or designee shall ensure that staff and students receive information and training about copyright laws and the penalties for violating such law. Okay, I agree with everything except and students. I'm just not sure, like, what's our obligation to educate students on the copyright laws and stuff? That seems like it's taking on a burden we don't necessarily have to take on. But our own staff, yes. And we are responsible for our own staff not misusing copyrighted material. The material that's in our instruction, we bought the right to use that. Mm-hmm. You know, we paid a big sum to use that. So all of our staff can use that. But, and I don't think that we need to go into that. But other items, and what obligation do we have? Is Ed Code requiring us to educate students about this?
We do have standards that actually talk, it's really more around plagiarism. That is copyright.
Okay.
For adults, it's copyright. For children, it's plagiarism. And it's definitely part of our ELA curriculum to talk about what you can use and say is your own versus what's not. And we even have the software turn it in and those kinds of things in that conversation.
Okay, so it's just a broader view of copyrighted that we're looking at. It's okay. It's a use of somebody else's work and that kind of thing. Okay, and which is copyright. It's just copyright tends to mean something that's very technical, and it's a legal. There's legal protections that provide over it. It's just that's broader. Somebody else's work and everything. It may not necessarily fall under copyright per se, but you're using, it's plagiarism. Mm-hmm. The two may not be equated in lawyer minds. So that's what I'm saying. So that's where I was just struggling with that. I do think that supporting that kind of education of our students is really important. I think this is expected when they get into college. I think there's certain expectations. We use Turnitin, and so you guys are familiar with what that is. It's a program that the students, they'll turn in a paper or a lab, and then the teacher gets a printout of how much of that material in that paper or the lab is repetitive of another student that turned it in, or another student that turned it in the past, or something on the internet, and the program double checks things. And so the students are very aware of that in the schools that we're using it. I hope we're using it more and more across the district, because this is a big issue. And when they get into college, this is very important as well. This could jeopardize their whole future if they don't understand what this means. So I think that education is really important. I just was concerned the wording seemed a little narrower than what I was understanding. So
I just want to point out that this board policy complements the one that you guys approved at the December Saturday meeting, which was the academic honesty, I believe was the title of that board policy, which addresses that.
Yes. And the AR goes into pretty detailed information
Extremely
about what
detailed.
I was like, wow, this is a lot to keep track of. But I mean, as a teacher, you can't copy certain things unless it's only but you can't copy a single copy of a chapter of a book. So you can also use an article from a periodical or magazine, a short story or essay. They even go into, it can't exceed 250 words for a complete poem, or 2,500 words for a complete article or story or essay. So it goes into extreme detail. I was like, wow, but those are the parameters, I guess, around a copyright.
The law's right
law.
there. We
Yeah,
made it
so that was
simple to
helpful. I
follow.
thought if a teacher isn't sure, that's pretty clear about what your parameters are for that. Are there any more comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion for item 6162.6. Moved by trustee West, seconded by trustee Brown. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your
Aye.
hand. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. Moving on. We can take a break. Okay. Now I wanted to ask for the amount of time for the break. I don't know, but I understood some of you wanted to get home for some other activities that were going on this afternoon. So I was wondering if we did a shortened break, like a 20-minute break for lunch. So it'll almost be like a eat and then come back. So 20 minutes. So that'll put us at, let's say, 12:20. So we'll return and start the meeting at 12:20. Or 12:20, wait, 12:15, sorry, 12:15. I'll give you 19 minutes. Okay, we'll say 12:20. That'll give you enough time. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We are on item B19, approval of first reading of proposed draft of Board Policy 6162.8 research. And this is back to Ms. Odell again.
Thank you. All right. Okay. No, you're probably getting tired of hearing from me, but we have a lot to go through still. Okay, so 6162.8 is brand new. We've never had anything like this before for us. And really, this spells out how we allow research to be done within Modesto City Schools. So it's as far as I've worked in 5 districts, we've always had a process to allow doctoral students or agencies that want to survey teachers or have any kind of research with our staff. This is the policy and the procedures of how that would get done. And of course, I do want to say that everything always has to follow under International Review Board and the policies with working with human subjects. So this just outlines what that would look like for us within our school district, as well as the AR. And I'll open it up to questions you may have.
So I have a question on research including students and how that, I know that in the past there's been controversial research that outside groups wanted to do in asking questions of our students, and it was a pretty extensive questionnaire. I know a lot of the members of the public came to board meetings, they were very concerned about it. So is there, I didn't see in here where it says that the public would be aware of research that was being done for their students, or the parents would be informed. So that wasn't in, as far as I could tell, the AR or the, it's, well, it just said that the superintendent would ensure, but it didn't say that, oh, it says, well, shall ensure, never mind, I missed that sentence. I was focused on or designee.
Okay.
Okay, so that's good. All right, that's all I wanted to do. So that must be why I didn't have that question. It just popped in just now, so I must have thought that that was it.
So when there's data that's on a public domain, like Data Quest for the California Department of Education, folks can pull data without asking our permission because it's public information.
Right.
But if they were to ask for any kind of data that wasn't already part of a public domain, such as CDE or California Dashboard, something like that, then this would be the process that they would go through. Now, I do want to say that we also have our board policy that we protect our students, and we would not be giving out information about specifics of names or any kind of thing like that. This really, for example, I'm in the middle of completing my dissertation, and if I were to ask any teachers in one of the school districts that I'm looking for, if I wanted to survey them, I would have to go to the school district, the superintendent, and ask for permission to talk with those teachers or to get their emails to even have a discussion with them. So this is the policy of how we would do that. It primarily, almost always will be with adults. It's very, very limited when anybody can actually do research with minors, period. Okay. And that all would require parent consent, and it's a whole nother ball of wax that it would be extremely, extremely unique, specific situation.
So I noticed that when we did Dr. Aquanifa, we
Yes.
did have that extensive questionnaire,
Yes.
allow the students that took it home and their parents opted in, they opted into that research. So that's,
And that research was being done on our behalf, not on behalf of somebody else.
yes. So the superintendent? Yes.
I was just gonna, behind the scenes, I would say I've had at least, since I've been here a year and a half, at least 10 requests from universities and outside agencies that are reputable, West Ed, and I just say no to everything just because we have too much in the system right now. You guys like that? So this is important as we move forward in the future. Should you have somebody that, a superintendent that supports all this research, because there is a lot out there.
Yes.
A lot of requests.
I believe that you would inform the board. I just want to make sure that the board would be informed of any research that was taking place in our schools so that we were aware, especially if a parent asks us a question. My child was asked blah, blah, blah at school, and like, oh yeah, I know about that, but oh yeah, I didn't know about that. That would not be helpful. So as long as that. Trustee Walker.
I think on that topic, and when it mentions down here on the CFs, student records, parent notification, student family privacy rights and so forth, I think the other part that I think doesn't concern me at least right this minute, but on January 1st, the new privacy laws went into effect, and they're sweeping, and they're the toughest in the country, and even the vendors don't know how to deal with them yet. And it just went into effect, and it takes things like the Child Online Privacy Act, PURPA, SOPIPA, all those things. It now escalates it even higher. And so I think that's something we ought to at least be watching, because in essence, we're the proxy for the parents, because the law allows us to give permission for them to do things. They don't necessarily know that, but now that bar has now been raised up another 3 or 4 feet as of January 1st, and it's probably the most stringent in the country. And I know from what I've been reading, even the vendors out there do not know how to deal with this, which is probably now every time you click on something, you're going to get a warning box on this, that, and the other if they're collecting any data on you. It's gotten much more difficult, which I think is a good thing.
Trustee Newman.
Just to reiterate, on this policy, there's nothing in here that would require, if we are having research being done in the district, that the board be informed.
Right. I thought it would be helpful.
It doesn't have anything in here that would trigger that. So, I mean, we could put language in: the superintendent or designee shall ensure that the board, the governing board, and parents and guardians receive prior notification, any surveys or evaluations that collect personal student information. It can, well, they don't, the board, I mean, whether we want to say that the superintendent shall have consent. I don't know. I'm not sure whether, basically you want us to be informed, but I'm not sure whether the board needs to give consent. I think that's maybe a little bit, that's a step further. Informing is one thing, and so that we can make sure we're communicating with parents. But getting our consent, so that would mean we'd have to vote on it. And I'm not inclined to say that, so I just want to.
Right.
I think that that's why we need to write a special sentence here. I don't think we could put it in right there, because at the end of the sentence it says consent.
I believe it should go on the end of the second paragraph. So if you read that paragraph.
Okay.
The superintendent or designee may authorize research projects within the district by outside groups or persons when such research is aligned with district goals and objectives and is likely to benefit the district without disrupting the school program. And then we could add, the superintendent shall inform the board of such research projects.
Yeah, the superintendent or his or her designee shall inform the governing board.
Yes, okay.
It would be if it's with us, it would be directly from the
Right.
Yep.
So I have, yes, I like that, shall inform the governing board. I do have a question on this about the designee, because in the AR, it was lined out in the very first sentence, and then all the rest of it, it's in. So I wasn't sure what we meant to do on that one. So if we flip over, I'm just using it as reference right now, not to vote on, but it's on 6162.8, so it was a few past the one that we just did a while ago.
Are we going to move to talk?
So I just want to
about the
ask,
AR?
I'm just using it as a reference, and then asking what would we like to do that's consistent with both of them, but we're not going to, I just wanted to ask it. In fact, that's why I pulled it off, because I said, wait, this doesn't, we have one that's lined out, two, and so 3 places on this below that on the AR, it says our designee. So in the second to last paragraph, it's in there twice, and then in the very last paragraph, it's in there again. So I just want to make sure that we were consistent with what we did and what our purpose is. So I want to ask the superintendent if this was the intention, or Ms. Odell, to have just the superintendent approve research, or superintendent or designee.
My recommendation would
Yes.
be or designee, and in the AR, it specifically says that we will have our own IRB board, which means that we follow the international laws for research on human subjects. I do not believe that should be one person, because it probably, what I would think that would probably look like is maybe Brad and Russ, or Brad and myself. It depends on what's the topic. But a couple people would be considered that board. They come together, they review it, and then they take it to the soup, and then the soup would inform you.
Okay,
What's
so
the
that's the
decision?
only reason or designee is taken out of the first paragraph, so it would stay in all the rest of that AR and in this particular place. The Institutional Review Board Approval Committee was to replace or designee.
Yes, so that one person is not the only person reviewing it and approving it.
Okay. Okay, so when we get to AR, I'll see if that fits for that. All right. The superintendent, did you have something you wanted to say? Bump the
nope.
blight? Okay,
my book.
that's all right. I didn't see you looking at me. I thought, well, maybe she's just waiting. Okay, so,
I was channeling Trustee Irvin.
yes. So that's right. So the superintendent or designee, we're going to keep it in this one, correct? Is that correct? Yes. Okay, in both places. I don't see any more lights, and we're going to add the sentence, the superintendent or designee shall inform the governing board. At that last sentence, or as suggested to
We,
add that.
we probably don't need to add or designee because the superintendent speaks directly to us.
That's true.
So-
I agree with you on that. I agree. So we'll just make it the superintendent shall inform the governing board on that second paragraph, the very last sentence. Okay, I will entertain a motion to approve this.
So moved with that addition.
Moved by trustee Newman, seconded by trustee West. With that addition, all those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, a motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item
What was that?
B, AR 6162.8, and I believe you've figured that one out, so 6162.8, okay. So it was just a question on the why is or designee lined out and then not lined out in the other portions of it, but it was only to make sure that it was the Institute Review Board Committee, Approval Committee. So should that be when designee, because designee I would believe is one person. So should it say Institute Review Board Approval Committee? I don't know. What is the superintendent desire on that? Since it's more than one.
So I think what this is it kind of goes back to where we were this morning as far as putting together a committee. So this actually, I think, is a great idea for all the different institutions that have come and said, do you want, we would like to do research. I just send that over and it goes through the committee to say, is this something that's going to be of value to us at Modesto City or the greater education environment? So I think it's fine here where it submits to the Superintendent's Instructional Review Approval Committee, the the IRB.
Yeah.
I remember doing that in my dissertation also. It doesn't necessarily have to say superintendent. I mean, basically, this is a new committee that's going to take a look at who's it affecting, what are they studying, what to what end, right? And what's the scope of the work? That's usually where I get hung up on. It's all the extra work that teachers are going to have to do or instructional time that's going to be taken away from students along with personal information. So I think it's fine leaving it this way. This is just another committee that Brad's going to lead or Russ is going to lead and leave it at that. And then it'll come to me to identify what their recommendations are, and then ultimately we come to you guys.
So to define designee, so shall we add IRBAC for that designee? So that it's clear that that's what the intent is, because in my mind, I'm still reading it as one person, though I believe you know that's what that is. I don't know if a future superintendent would interpret it that way. So trustee Newman?
I think designee can be a committee or a person. It depends on what the situation is, and designee, it gives the most flexibility to the superintendent.
True. Okay,
Right,
I just like
and you
what
could
the
put,
committee.
right after IRAB, so just parentheses, IRBA, and then down below the superintendent or IRBA
See.
designee shall, because there'll be someone leading that committee,
Okay,
right? So
right.
that could clear that up.
Okay. So if we're okay with that, IRBAC and then comma designee, or IRBAC designee, for those three spots that it is on that first page of the AR. Okay, so ready to entertain a motion on AR 6162.8? I will, okay, trustee Walker moves approval, seconded by trustee Newman. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
At AR 6162.8 passes unanimously, and with that addition of IRBAC. Moving on to item B20, approval of first reading of proposed revision of Board Policy 6163.1, Library Media Centers, and Ms. Odell.
Okay, this board policy 6163.1 is a revision. It's not new. There's new language, but it's a revision. And here you will see that the law states that we only need one librarian per district. Specifically in here, you may be asking about our K-6 program. We don't have a credentialed person in the K-6 program. We have the technicians, but we're still in compliance with the law, and then our credentialed librarians are in the K-12. We did take out a few pieces that were words that are actually a little more antiquated that talk about hard copies. We don't always operate just with hard copies, and I think those are the highlights for you. Do you have any questions about the BP, Library Media Centers?
Trustee Newman?
Okay. So, just a little history on librarians and libraries in the district. When I came onto the board, we had librarians and library instruction in our K through 6. It was, I'm going to use the polite term, an interesting use of time. So I think that libraries are great, and I'm not, anti-library at all. It's just as we move into more of a digital age, and we get tightened resources, I do not want them to become the sacred cows of the district. And so I'm a little concerned about some of this language can be used as a weapon in the event of that. They do, and so just because it's pretty broad. And to staff school libraries, the district may employ one or more teacher librarians. It's pretty broad language, and I'm just a little concerned because this has been an area where it was very hard to pull this back to an appropriate level of instruction, an appropriate level of expense and effort. So, and so there was it's kind of a weird history here. And I don't want this language. I think, libraries are great. I think it's really important to improve literacy. I'm concerned.
So let me make a recommendation that we pull this board policy, and I take a look and work with MTA on some of the language and then work to bring that back.
I mean, I don't have any problem with any specific language or anything. I just don't want it to become a weapon. And in the event of, we need flexibility and, we want to do what's right for our students, and we don't want it to become, we've come a long way. Mm-hmm. I think it's really only Trustee Marks that was on here when this was an issue. Mm-hmm. And I could tell you from what my own kids experienced in elementary education, this was, given where we're at in our district and where we're trying to go, we had a really weird use of time that we were using for each of our school days.
And I hear you. I remember living through that. This was like 8 years ago. Mm-hmm. And things have really redefined this work, much like the telephone, mm-hmm. right?
But it took us longer than other districts.
Yes. Yes. So what my interest here would be to knowing that that history is there, pull it, have conversation with MTA, so we are all on the same page. Should we get here in the next 5, 6, 7 years, whatever that looks like, but at least there's a front-end conversation with that. That would be my recommendation.
And that's fine. So I just want to make a comment on one spot in particular, is that I know that in my mind, I know that and I've heard other public parents ask, can we use the library as parents? Can we come and, especially using the computers, as long as we have safeguards in place for our computer use for adults and children, then I saw in the Ed Code, it also allows for partnerships with the county. I wrote down partnerships with the county, but in the Ed Code on the last page, it says, and it's 1703, coordination of district library services by county superintendent. So to me, that was more of a, who has access to these? Can we use the library for English language learner classes? Could we use it for different ways to inform parents? And so that was just something I wanted to see us do at some point. I know some school districts have great partnerships. They've worked with their county and the city in order to have extra funding for those libraries to be able to have access maybe to computers, we'll call it computers, but because in the past it would have been books, but now we have computer access to a lot of information. So that's just something to talk about in the future. But that sounds good, so we'll pull this one. So this item is going to be pulled for a future meeting. And so we will, I just wanted to ask about that, and we can think about it, but I just am putting it out there because it's a public meeting, and that was something I know the public has desired to have access to at times. Okay. Hold. Item B21, approval of first reading of proposed draft of board policy 6163.2. Oh, I was wondering if we needed to vote on that. So I was wondering, I almost asked that. So we will vote on item B20 on the approval of the first reading of proposed revision of board policy to move to another meeting.
I vote to table this policy to another meeting.
Okay, so trustee Newman makes a motion, trustee Lopez seconds that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, seeing none, it passes unanimously. Now on to item B21, approval of first reading of proposed draft of board policy 6163.2, animals at school. Mr. Herbst.
All right.
You actually get to be
I know,
on
I
this.
know. Two this time. You know what? There's hope for everyone. BP 6163.2, animals at school. New language proposed by created by the California School Boards Association. It basically addresses and acknowledges the potential benefit of and procedures needed to allow animals on our school campus, both for educational purposes and also in the instance of service animals. So it is definitely recommended that the board approve the first reading of BP 6163.2.
Trustee Newman.
Okay. So my kids go to Modesto High, and there's just days where there's a dog in the classroom, and that's just come in, it's been a neighborhood dog, and they just kind of tootle in and just kind of plunk down in the classroom. And I know this probably happens at other sites, that there's animals, and there's places where on our elementary sites that some of the site principals have arranged a little corral to this is our community. This is what our reality of our community is, this is why I carry dog biscuits sometimes when I go to some of the sites, just because there's just when you get to your car, going from your car into the school thing, there's just things happen, and they're just little creatures we encounter. And so, okay, this policy, with that in mind, that is our reality, this is our community, and with this in mind, it says we shall develop rules and procedures to ensure that when animals are brought to school. Okay. Well, they're not really brought to school. There's nobody really bringing them. They're just coming of their own accord.
For example.
So, this again is our community. This is our reality. I don't want to put any more burden on our staff. I don't want this policy to put any more burden on our staff, for us to assume any more burden or liability. I'm just kind of just putting it out there. We know this is happening. Does this policy?
My only concern that this is really addressing the idea
Of a service
when
animal.
we know, when we know the
It's
dogs
supposed
are
to be
coming on.
there.
Absolutely. I would be cautious. This is one of those CSBA mandates that we have not had as part of our board policy.
Yeah.
So I totally understand what you're saying. I get it. I mean, yeah, dogs can come on campus all the time. I would hope. I know that you gave an example. I would hope that we would not let strays into the classroom, but I'm sure that that things happen from time to time.
Well,
this would be in
and-
an instance to where, hey, I'm bringing this over for educational purposes. We need to be cognizant of the fact that we may have students that are allergic to that particular animal and have notification. That's in the administrative regulations. But the other big piece, you hit the nail on the head. The disabled and or their rights under Section 504 potentially or the ADA.
Yeah, and I think this
employees.
policy covers it, and I just, the reality is our school sites are dealing with this issue from another angle as well, and we have the law that's telling us we need to do this, and I think this policy covers that, but there's this other reality of where our schools are, and you know, I mean, sometimes it's just easier to let the dog sit there than you know, shooing it out and disturbing, you know, and the door, you either got to shut the door, and then, you know, it's kind of stuffy in the room, and so you know, it is what it is. So I don't think we can. I don't know if we can develop a board policy. I just don't want this policy to put any more.
Yeah, I would just reiterate what Mr. Herp said a moment ago: is we should not have stray animals
Right.
off the street wandering into classrooms being adopted by a class or a student or a teacher. That is not what we should be doing. As a matter of fact, I know that as a general practice, when strays find their way onto campuses, custodial teams are contacted. They get those
Sure.
animals into an enclosure somewhere on campus. Typically, I've seen it in where a water pump might be enclosed by a chain link fence, and they will sequester the animal in that area until animal control is able to come. Sometimes they will hold the animal for a period of hours to see if someone might come by to see for a lost animal, if it's tagged or something. But generally, it would be put in isolation away from students and staff, and animal control is contacted for strays.
So do we need, the issue is, and I think that's what's happening, you know, it's just a reality of, like, you know, making that happen fast enough, and, you know, on each of our campuses where this is a problem, given our community. Should we have anything in our policy which addresses that just talks about, you know, that animals, I mean, just so that we differentiate between our service animals and what we're gonna do, and animals that invite themselves?
The AR does say all animals brought to school,
But
so this one isn't brought to school, so it's not allowed on campus. Must be in good physical condition and must be appropriately immunized. The teacher shall ensure that the species of animal is appropriate for the instructional purpose and age and maturity of students. So it's there for instructional purposes or for someone who needs it for a care animal, correct?
Right.
So
It's
I agree
just-
that it shouldn't.
I mean, they shouldn't be on the campus,
No,
yeah.
I agree. But should it, yes, I agree. If that's not understood by this board policy or the AR, that stray animals are not allowed on campus, we should put that in there.
We just put the FFA in charge.
We do have a upcoming board policy, 3514, that will handle facilities and environmental safety and health, and it talks about inspections, and it does identify health and safety hazards. It does specifically identify pests and vermin, but we could add something to that about stray animals if the board so approves when that one comes up.
But this one really specifically does identify animals at school and what are the parameters.
For the
around-
instructional purpose, yes,
Yeah.
is my understanding.
So I'm not opposed to adding a sentence that says stray animals will be removed from campus. I don't think they
Or
should
here's
be.
an option.
Okay.
What if we had the title service animals at school?
I don't believe that isn't just this. I believe in
Yeah,
a science
it's-
classroom, you will bring animals into a science classroom and other kinds of things.
Great,
that
great
you might
suggestion.
use.
It covers the service animal, but it also truly covers an animal being brought in for instructional purposes. which can happen indeed in a science class, perhaps.
Right. And we have had awards where we had Great
Sure.
Valley Museum come in and bring
Correct. And
many
there's an
animals.
elementary gang that comes in, and maybe Great Valley that brings in pets, and there's like a petting zoo and stuff like that at some of our elementaries.
So, but I do agree with you. Those animals have, there's someone that's specifically in charge of those. This one is an animal that is not. So can we find a statement that could say, I mean, I don't know if it's just stray animals will be removed from campus. I just don't think they should be on the campus. So if
I think this board policy is specific to those that are brought,
Yes.
not those that just show up. And I think Mr. Zierle's comment around the facilities piece
Then we can do
is
it.
where
Okay.
that should go,
Okay.
in my opinion, based on, this is dealing with instruction, service
Yes.
animals, those things. And I think the key for me is those that
Okay.
are brought.
I'll take
I
that.
would agree.
Okay, good. All right, then. Now we've got clarification on that. Ready for approval? Trustee Newman makes a motion. Trustee West makes a second. All those in favor of approving Board Policy 6163.2, please say aye.
Aye.
And raise your hand.
Let there be animals.
Any opposed? None. Okay, moving on to item B22, approval of the first reading of proposed deletion of current board policy 6173, home and hospital instruction.
Yes, thank you. This is me again. We are recommending the deletion of Board Policy 6173, Home and Hospital Instruction. There is a corresponding 6173 in Gamut or CSBA that is not specific to home and hospital. So that specifically is in conflict, but there also isn't really a need for a board policy. We do offer home and hospital, and we'll get into the ARs around home and hospital here in a few items, but we've identified, the recommendation is that we don't need the board policy home and hospital, and there is not a corresponding CSBA.
Right, yes. Okay, any discussion or questions on that? Seeing none, I entertain a motion to delete this board policy.
So moved. I don't know
Moved
how
by-
we're going to get along without these two sentences,
Moved
but
by
let's move
trustee
forward.
Walker, seconded by trustee Brown. All those in favor to delete item BP 6173, please say aye. Raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, moving on. Passes unanimously. Moving on to item B23, approval of first reading of proposed draft of board policy 6173.1, education for foster youth.
All right, BP 6173.1, Education for Foster Youth, is also new language recommended from the California School Boards Association. This one addresses and recognizes our obligation to in potentially one of our most vulnerable population of students, which is our foster youth within the district. There is no surprises in this language. It falls right along with the process we do, including the corresponding administrative regulation. My recommendation that this first reading be approved.
Trustee West?
I just want to ask a question about the district liaison for foster youth. We have someone.
Yeah, administratively, from an admin perspective, we have Daniel Hinkle, who oversees foster youth, but the liaison that is hired that does the groundwork at the site is, her name is Stephanie Arona.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question on page A, 6173A. At the bottom of the page, it says at least annually, in accordance with established timelines, the superintendent designee shall report to the board on the outcomes of foster youth regarding goals and specific actions. So will that be separated out or in with all the other information and just has a column that says foster youth?
I'm looking at, I assume what we're talking, I know that Ryan Reynolds comes out and shares specific information regarding our foster youth performance, so I believe that's what it's getting to.
Okay.
So part of our California dashboard, our accountability system for the state, this is a particular group that is called out. So next week, you will hear a presentation around outcomes for our California dashboard from this past year, and you'll see that student group there as well.
Okay. Only because I know that for this student group, they have the most challenges, which you reiterated, and I know that and I appreciate the fact that in this, it allows for us to share information with the county, because at one point I was trying to find a way to have a liaison with our school district, with the county, but we couldn't share information at that point. The law didn't allow us to, and it made it really difficult to identify the students in need, and then have a liaison or a counselor at every school site that could help work with the students, because when there's consistency with foster youth, it helps them succeed. And I like this because it helped them stay at the same location, school location, for a longer period of time, which when they move a lot, it's just their life is so disrupted.
There's a lot of communication, coordination back and forth between Modesto City Schools, Foster Youth, Danielle Hinkle, Stephanie Arona, and other county-related agencies, no doubt about it.
Okay, good. So appreciate that. I just wanted to call that out in this board policy. So I don't see any other lights. Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by trustee West, seconded by trustee Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. Item B24, approval of first reading of proposed draft board policy 6175, migrant education program. And this is Ms. Odell.
I'm back. Okay, so we have sorry, I had them backwards. Our board policy 6175, you will see that this is a new policy. It is straight from gamut language, and we are operating under these guidelines. We just haven't laid them out clearly, definitively in a board policy. It specifically gives description here and in the AR of who can receive services, who is a migrant student, a migrant family, and what those services will look like, including some specifics around transcripts and reading those transcripts and how we accept those different grades when they come into our high schools. Do you have any questions about 6175?
Trustee Walker?
This relates to migrant in the sense of folks that are moving around.
The states.
Yeah, it isn't. I'm trying to figure out how to ask the question. Yeah, because it's not, to me, this is like somebody that's coming in, like we say, like we talked about the Prosero program, but you come in, you're here, you're gone, you move on to the
They're
next
following
place.
crops typically.
Yes.
Yes.
That's the sort of the group we're talking about here, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes,
So
I appreciated the
not
AR.
necessarily immigrant. We're not talking
Correct.
about immigrant student. We're talking about migrant students who are moving. Or,
it's a very different category.
yes.
Yes, the AR defined it really well, because it said students age 3 to 21 shall be eligible for district's migrant education program if they, their parents or guardians, or their spouses are migratory agricultural workers or fishers who in the preceding 36 months moved into the district due to economic necessity and engaged in new temporary or seasonal employment or personal subsistence in agriculture or fishing. So I thought that was a good paragraph. I think it would define it better in what it means for the board policy. I just appreciated that it was helpful for us to know you're ensuring who that is, which Mr. Walker want to make sure. So any other comments or questions? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve? Motion by Mr. Lopez, trustee Lopez, seconded by trustee Brown. All those in favor of approving BP 6175, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Moving on to item B25, approval of first reading of proposed revision of board policy 6179, supplemental instruction.
May I say, I believed the AR had been pulled and
Oh.
that we were going to discuss that at the same. Am I-
6179. No, the AR was not discussed and it was not in our.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So it was, and that one was pulled. Is that one pulled?
No, it was the AR for 6200 adult education.
Yes, right. Okay, so it is, so we're on supplemental instruction BP 6179. So
That's
this
me
is
as well.
the same board policy, and I don't think there were any changes onto it. Oh, maybe there were. Okay.
just a little revision
Yes,
on page
yes,
2.
a little revision. I
Okay,
see it on.
so we are on supplemental instructions 6179. Again, we have a policy in place, and we've just added we took out a couple words, added a couple. If you look on page 3, actual ed code there, and really just defining the ed code that goes with our policy that's already in place. So the black font shows us what is the common language. We actually took out some of the red language proposed on page 2, written consent. And again, we added language where it had not defined the ed codes.
Okay, Trustee Newman?
Okay, just have a question about how this will actually play out well, it's the top of my second page of 6179, right? When determined to be necessary by the principal or designee, a student may be required to participate in supplemental instruction outside the regular school day. So that type of scenario is the principal or the teacher decide that, hey, the student needs to go to this play, to see this play. And so in order to write a paper on this in an English class, is that a scenario where that would happen?
No, that would be more of an enrichment. This supplemental instruction would be specifically around remediation, where a student is failing, and so we are asking them and saying, you need to go to this tutorial after school and getting consent and approval by the parent to attend. It also, if you see right below it, then extends into summer school.
Okay, so this is in the context of remediation then, not in terms of enrichment. So what I'm just trying to get at is this language that the student may be required to participate in supplemental instruction outside the regular school day. That's a pretty big requirement that we're saying that we're putting on a student and a parent. And I just want to know when we can do that. And what you're saying is different than what the words are saying.
We could just add for the purpose of remediation.
Sure. Because, I mean, this is really broad. So, you have an English teacher that says, hey, you guys need to go to this gala play. And this gala play is $45. And you need to go to that, and you're required to do that. I mean, and we're going to do a paper on that.
We cannot do that by ed code, especially
because
of
it
the
costs
fees.
money.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you are absolutely right. We interpret this as remediation opportunities. It does say that we would have to get the consent of the parents. It could be required, but if the parent says no, then we can't. It's not possible. But we certainly could say in here supplemental instruction regarding remediation.
I'm just a little worried about what, the ask here that we're doing of parents and students. And so I think remediation is fine. I mean, if their student needs to be remediated, I mean, we're saying it's required, and even though when we say it's required and yet we have to get their consent, it's really not required. So that's the other rub of this these two sentences. I'm struggling with how they actually play out.
So let me point out, this is current board
Yes,
policy.
it is. It's
I
what
know.
we've been doing. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I can say what we did for RISE, and Mr. Herbst, if it's something different, then correct me. So for RISE, we did identify students that needed additional remediation in the area of language arts, English language arts for elementary. We told parents that students were required to go to this. However, they also needed to sign. Now, if a parent couldn't provide the transportation or there were limitations, it was fine. It wasn't held against them. If we put out a lever that you need to do this, we get a lot more than it's voluntary. So it's really in the packaging of what it is. But at the end of the day, parents have choice, right? It's identified there.
You could say it's you must opt out rather than the opt in.
I mean, I think the language is okay. It's just don't want it to be used really broadly in the sense of, I mean, when when the student needs remediation, I want that student to get that, that remediation, absolutely. And I want it to be as much required as we possibly can make it for the benefit of that student.
I think that I would agree with Dr. Noguchi in that by telling parents and students you're required to come to this, and we've got the ability to do that in the BP and the AR, we can get the students there because we know how difficult it can be sometimes to get parents engaged in that process. If we do an opt-in where we would have to send something home to get them, that might not ever come back, and then we wouldn't have the capacity to get the student the support, the supplemental support that they need. So I would agree that I like the languages as it is from an ed services standpoint because it allows us to do that. Whereas if there is an extenuating circumstance or the parent just objects, then the prerogative goes to the parent ultimately.
Okay, Trustee West?
I just think Ms. Odell's suggestion of just adding those 2 words regarding remediation might clear it up.
Right.
What I'm trying to do is avoid putting any more onus on our students that are already doing a lot. And, because what's happening is for our students that are already doing so much that the teachers can then say, oh, well, you need to do this and this, and we're just killing them. So, there's two extremes we're talking about that we have in our district. And so if we put remediation here, then it gives a little bit of flexibility.
So would that be in the title? Because it might be just encompassing all of it. I was trying to read through it, and it's not a very long board policy, but it does fit for the title for all of the sentences that I can find that it has to do with remediation. So
I
do
would
we
think
just-
so, because then every time it says that, it's just referring back to.
That's what I think too.
regarding
So adding that into the title, supplemental instruction regarding remediation.
Or for mediation.
Or- What'd you say? For. Okay, yes, I agree. For remediation, that sounds good. Supplemental instruction for remediation. That just clarifies it. Yeah, because I was thinking of Saturday school or some different ones where we have extra opportunities for students to have extra instruction. Okay, so I don't see any other lights, although I need a motion to approve this.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Walker, seconded by Trustee West. All those in favor of BP 6179, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Moving on, it's approved unanimously. Item 6200, approval of first reading of proposed revision of Board Policy 6200, adult education.
I think, did we skip
called-
6183
Oh, did I miss one?
or 6173?
No, we did that one. That was education for
sorry.
foster youth. And then we did migrant education, and then we did supplemental instruction, and now we're on adult education.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Godot, you're up on adult education for 6200.
So Board Policy 6200, Adult Education, needs to be updated to reflect current practices and offerings in adult education. We no longer receive categorical funding for regional occupational programs, often referred to as ROP, under which there was a requirement for funding for adults to be allowed to participate. We continue to fund and support CTE classes. We do not allow adults to attend school during the school day. We fund our adult program through the Adult Ed Block Grant and participate in a consortium comprised of other LEAs and the Community College District. The language is now aligned with the funding sources and the CSBA sample language. It is our recommendation that we approve this board policy, and I'm available for questions.
Trustee West?
I just have a quick one, and it goes along with the foster youth question we had about reports back to the board. The last paragraph on the second page says that there will be regular reports. I don't recall having heard a report on adult ed. We may have, but is that something that we want to do, perhaps annually have reports on this?
I would defer to Dr. Noguchi.
So the answer would be yes, and I think the last time that you had a report was when we provided an update on the expansion of the adult ed program to ensure that our LI students had an opportunity to be able to graduate. So that piece is in place this year. the end of this year, we'll have a WAS report because they needed to become WAS accredited, so they're going through that process. However, this is an area that we need to greatly redesign. We don't have the capacity at this point to do that because, again, there's a lot in the system. But in this next year or you know, the second or the third year out, we really need to look at expanding our adult ed opportunities to really get some career training opportunities for adults. So at that point, we would come to the board and say, this is our vision, this is what we're looking at. Obviously, we'd need the funding for it, and so we would report back and then progress towards our goals on that. Mr. Godot, do you want to add anything more to that?
No, I think that's spot on.
Trustee Brown?
First paragraph on the second page, it says district's representative to the region's adult education consortium is designated by the board. Do we have a representative, and is the board really the one that's going to designate who that would be?
That's a great question. And
So that's Rachel Barkus. It used to be
Yeah.
Albritton. Thank you. Mr. Albritton, there is a consortium that works together in funding source because we have to work together as a county. The lion's share of the dollars for the Adult Ed Consortium does go to Ceres because Ceres has shown that they needed dollars for the program that they have. So the reality is we have a small little slice of the dollars that are out there. That will change in the future as we work to develop. So I would agree with you. You could probably put superintendent there as opposed to board. It's really going to be the CTE senior director under Brad Godot because that is directly in line with the meetings that she attends, and that's Rachel Barkus right now.
I'd suggest that we put the word superintendent there instead of board.
Okay.
or superintendent or designee.
Trustee Newman?
It may be required by that ed code that it be from the board because it's a person that we are putting on a regional consortium. And it may be somebody we have to take action on because it's statutorily required. So I wouldn't suggest deleting board. The board and or superintendent would probably cover what I'm talking about. That way the superintendent can do it and just inform the board, and then we can.
I agree.
Yeah. But otherwise, I have a hunch it's probably required by statute.
So I'm hearing leave it as is.
No.
Or add.
And or superintendent.
And or, okay, very good.
Superintendent.
So that, yes. Okay,
Designated by the board appeared to me to mean that a board member needed to
that's
be
what I
involved.
thought too, yeah, you're right.
Been busy researching today, and actually it does say that it's designated by the board, so we need to keep the designated by the board. So,
Okay, yeah.
yeah. We could put that in the job description of the senior director overseeing, ed options. We can add that in, so it's automatically embedded in there. So once that person's hired, then you guys have approved, so we can do it that way also.
Okay. So we won't add and or superintendent because it sounds like we have to have the board. Correct? Yes. Okay. So we shall, I'm ready to entertain a motion to approve board policy 6200, moved by trustee Newman. It's staying as is, seconded by trustee Brown. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes unanimously. And then we're going to do the AR that goes with it, 6200. It's almost the last one in that stack of the ARs. It's close to the back, at least. So on this one,
Correct, AR 6200, adult education. As you can see, there is a bevy of red at the beginning. There was a very small AR around that, and then the additional language that was added to cover CSBA language and the practices that we're currently engaged in adult ed.
okay, so I had a question on AR 6200A at the bottom of the page, the paragraph. So it's this sentence, and I just was trying to understand how this sentence worked, but the certificated high school representatives shall arrange this meeting and ensure that the student's school record includes written documentation of the counseling session and both of the statements, meeting, including the following statements. So that's where I was just trying to understand, is it the following statements? And then deleting meeting, including the following statements. I think it just needs that last line, meeting, including the following statements needs to be
And then
deleted.
the next page, that the
Yes.
student is enrolled
Okay.
voluntarily in the
Yeah.
adult education course or class, and that the enrollment will enhance the student's progress toward meeting educational requirements. So
So that black just didn't need to be underlined, it just needed to be lined out. The black at the bottom of the page. Right, okay. That's all. I was trying to clarify that. And then, okay, so that's lined out. The next one was, because this has to do with adult education, and I know we do some of this, on page C, 6200C, number 8, the original 8, programs in parenting, including parent cooperative preschools and classes in child growth and development, parent-child relationships, and parenting. I was believing that we were doing that already at Elliott and some of.
but not in adult education.
So we're not doing that in adult education. So that's only happening in our high school
And
alternative.
alternative programs.
Okay.
And I think that there's a piece of that also in early childhood education now, under Heidi Noons, working to support parents in the development of their children. So that too, in this next few years, you're going to see some work in that area as well.
Okay, because I believe that will help, even if we aren't funding our preschool, if we don't have preschool funding, but helping parents know how to parent their children and giving them tools and all of that's listed in this, I think would help their children do well when they come to school. But, okay, so we're not doing that. Then I had on home economics, health and safety education. So we're not doing either one of those in our adult education either? We aren't doing any home economics or any of the health and safety? Okay.
We're not.
All right, those were questions I had on those. And so those were the only ones I had. All right. So, any questions or comments from board members? None. Moving to a motion to approve AR 6200.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Walker. Seconded by trustee Newman. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. Motion passes unanimously. Item B27, review and approval of first reading of any proposed revisions to board bylaw 9001, legal authority.
This just allows for the board to be a board. It's saying that the state of California is allowing the Modesto City Board exists under the powers of the state of California, partly because this is 15 years old, is just being updated.
Okay, trustee Newman.
And this is maybe a question for our researcher, Mr. Henderson. Okay, we've revised the charter like twice or three times. I just want to make sure that the numbers are still consistent that we're putting in here, that because we've cracked that thing open 3 times, I think, to do the district elections, to do the move the elections, and then the accident, the one that didn't go through. So we tried to crack it open 3 times, but actually cracked it open twice. So
you're wanting to make sure
I
that
just
these
want to make sure
numbers
those numbers are the
Okay,
same.
so we will look this up, and I don't know, maybe Trustee Walker has some.
And the other issue is the charter was substantially revised with Measure M, which came in the 2010, perhaps, after this 2004 date, and whether things got renumbered.
Okay.
So it expanded greatly the powers of the mayor and budgetary issues and such. So there was a big time amendment, and so whether things got renumbered. So I just want to make sure those numbers are right.
Okay.
So I move for approval, but
And-
subject to let's fix those numbers if they're wrong.
And if we had more time, I'd go out to the car and get the charter because it's in my truck.
I was going to say.
Because I'm now in the process, and the numbers will probably change because we're reviewing it now. And then I guess, without saying, I think it's going to take longer than they think it is. I think that it's going to go on for probably a year and a half, although they think it's going to be 6 months. But yes, I've seen the binder that they changed it last time. It's this thick. And that process is in review now, and my guess is it will go on. If we change any of our stuff, I'll let you know, because I'm sitting there listening and watching, and it's actually kind of cool because I don't have to vote, because I'm not a voting member, so it's actually kind of cool. So anything they mess up, I can't get blamed for.
For approval on this with, let's just double check those numbers, because again, that huge amendment went through from the city in the interim between 2004 and today.
Take a look
So,
at that.
subject to that. So I make a motion, does somebody make a second?
Moved by trustee Newman, seconded by trustee West. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item B28, approval of first reading of proposed draft of board bylaw 9124, attorney.
In this particular bylaw, and I believe this is the last bylaw, and we are absolutely done with our bylaws once this one finishes, that just gives the legal authority to the Board of Education and the superintendent to contract with legal counsel, and also the process by which we would go about selecting a legal counsel if we were to move forward with a different legal counsel. It also provides us an opportunity to have temporary contracts if there was something specific to, let's say, charter that wasn't part of our general counsel's office. We could find an additional attorney to be able to fit that particular need. The services that we have right now encompasses almost all legal issues that we have, so we haven't had to do that. So the other piece to this is also, and this was something that we've been talking about as a cabinet, but really looking at the effectiveness of our legal counsel. I really want to dig into next year the dollar amount, and we're calculating it this year and keeping track. The dollar amount used in each of the divisions, is it really to the level that we need? Are we using it more as advice? Are we using it more as a colleague where I just ask the question? So we're going to be looking at that next year, just our practices and how we utilize our legal services. Certainly very happy with the legal services that we have, but I think it's something that we need to take a look at.
Okay, trustee Newman.
Right. Okay. So this is when I drafted the board protocols. I did this with a long-term board member, Nancy Klein.
Right.
And one of the big issues when we went to the protocols, of course, there was no board bylaw that said, how do you contact legal counsel? What the heck do you do with legal counsel? How are we supposed to govern that relationship? There was nothing.
Yes.
So what we did is so our protocol is very comprehensive, whereas most of our protocols are in addition to board policy and board bylaws. So, where there's a conflict between board bylaws and board protocols, the board bylaws, the board policy must prevail. Okay, so my concern here was we wrote our protocols with the idea of troubleshooting. We had the area that was particularly ripe, that was a problem at the time, was contacting legal counsel. So that's a big deal, and that's a big deal even with staff too. Because as soon as you make that phone call, hey man, we're billing. That's how we make our money, and that's the reality of the practice of the legal profession. And so we understanding that that's their framework within which they work, contacting legal counsel is a really big issue. And when can you do that? So the board protocols, and I pulled them up, it's on page 8 of the protocols. Contacting legal counsel is in board protocol 4, and it's D. And so I am not seeing anything that directly conflicts. Our board protocols are more detailed about that contact. And I'm not seeing anything that directly conflicts, but I want to make sure you guys are all, what we want is we don't want our board policies or board bylaws to limit our ability to contact legal counsel in the event we have a president and superintendent that may not be functioning for the best interest of the district.
I agree.
The best interest of the district.
I agree.
And so the board has to have a mechanism to contact counsel themselves. And our protocols allow for that. They articulate it out pretty clearly. any board member may make a request of the superintendent to confer with legal counsel on any issue. The superintendent then has discretion to forward that request to legal counsel without the consent of the majority of the board. Okay. Now, then the majority of the board may decide to consult with legal counsel on an issue and may direct the board president or the superintendent to contact. That mirrors the language here. So we have that right. Individual board members, we don't have a right to go seek advice from legal counsel unless we're authorized by the majority of the board. I think that covers that in this section here, where the last sentence, individual board members other than the board president may not seek legal advice from district legal counsel on matters of district business unless authorized by majority of the board. So I think we're protected here. I just want to make sure you guys understand that it's really weird that we have this kind of, it's not mirror language, but it's very similar language. Normally you have a protocol that just a protocol can narrow down we can agree to limit our scope of authority in a protocol. We can't expand it, and that it can't be expanded beyond what the board policy says, but we can agree to limit it. So we've agreed to limit things like how many times we put something on agenda in our board protocol. And the board bylaws and board policy may allow more broader discretion. And so I think these are all copacetic, but I just want to point out that it's clearly articulated in our protocols when we can do it. And so,
So let me make a suggestion. Why don't we just cut and paste what we've agreed on in the board protocols into this section
We could do
retaining
that.
legal counsel? That way there isn't, we don't have to interpret two different things.
Right,
It's clear you guys have spent hours and hours, and that's been years in the making, where this is CSBA's best practice, right? So that seems more organic and there's more buy-in. So I'll go to page 8, section 4D, and insert the language that is there into this section, and I'll bring this one back so you guys can, well, this one's going to be brought back into a bylaws to first reading, so that way you can see what I've cut and pasted in there. That way it's clear.
It's a little clearly identified, and what we were trying to do was there was an incident, and where there was a board president who was seeking a lot of extra legal advice, and that was costing the district some substantial sums, and so. And this was not, and nobody here in this room was involved in that at all. And so, we just want to make sure that we understand that contact with counsel, and I appreciate Dr. Noguchi's efforts to work with staff on that as well. That the contact with counsel is what triggers expense for the district. We don't want to say don't call the lawyer, but we don't, because certainly there's troubleshooting that needs to be done. But also just doing it in a way that we all know who's supposed to do what.
Great.
And that's kind of where it is, because that's the big issue with council. And then also making sure that, whatever contract we have with them, this policy's fine on that. I would say that the rest of the protocol with regard to how we select, I think it mirrors it. I don't think we need to go into any detail, cut and paste anything else from it. It's just the contact. It's more clearly articulated.
I agree. I had concerns about the paragraph where, what if the president is not abiding by certain rules? What do we do? That should not happen, but it does. So, okay. Next. So, Trustee Brown.
Yeah, the second page, second paragraph talks about performance evaluation of our attorney. And just want to find out, are we actually reviewing and evaluating annually? And how is the board involved in that?
I don't think we review it annually. I think we review it case by case, and we've been very successful in my opinion, and again, this is subjective, I guess. I think we've been very successful in the legal advice that we've received thus far. Is there a systematic way of evaluating the firm that we contract with? No, but that's something that we could put together. And again, I think that that's going to also go with these are the dollars that we've spent, because let's say we've spent $6 million, right? I don't know. Let's say whatever what the dollar amount is, and we did this work. I think that plays into it. So I think we first need to figure out the what, and then we can figure out the how well for the dollars that we're spending. And that it was this year's charge, was to be able to get last year, this year, let's compare, and then look to see what sort of support and guidance we need to provide to staff to be able to get the answers they need.
I just am concerned that we have something that says we should do it annually. If that's not needed, let's not put it in the policy.
I tend to agree with Trustee Brown on that. The board and superintendent shall evaluate as necessary. I mean, that way it's
Take the word annual out and it works.
Yeah, shall evaluate. Well, I think we shall evaluate. I think that's a duty. I think it's a duty with the public funds we're expanding on this, but shall evaluate and whether we want to evaluate with how often, periodically as necessary. I think annually should be deleted, but how often, I don't know if we want to qualify it or not in this sense. We
As
could
necessary. I mean,
Yeah,
when something comes up and things aren't going the way we think that they need to be going, we're going to go, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see that. When it happens, we're going to know now's the time to start taking a look at this.
We will,
We will, we know
because we've known, it's just, when there's a breakdown in that relationship, and that's apparent to both sides. So I think that, shall evaluate as necessary.
I agree.
I think that's probably a good way to put it.
I think so.
Okay, so we'll add those two words, as necessary, and delete annually. Yes, and then we're going to add page 8, paragraph 4D to the to this from the protocol. Superintendent will add that. Okay, so ready for a motion for board policy 9124, board
So
bylaw.
moved.
Sorry, Trustee Walker makes a motion, seconded by Trustee Brown. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Almost done.
And then we took out Board Bylaw 9220. That one has been taken out for future, but that was not on our agenda, but it was in your packet. It's called Governing Board Elections. So we're on to item B29, approval of first reading of proposed draft Board Bylaw 9260, legal protection. This looks like it's Mr. Zerly.
Thank you, President
Hi,
Marks.
Mr. Zerly.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, this is a proposed draft for Board Bylaw 9260. And really, this states that the governing board shall provide through the liability program insurance necessary, that protects board members and employees while acting within the scope of their office or employment. And we do have liability coverage that is provided by our current insurance provider, NorCal Relief, in our existing liability program.
Any questions from board members? Like that it says how you cannot have any liability and what those things are that you can do that can prevent you from having that. But, all right, so a motion for Board Bylaw 9260, ready to entertain a motion to approve?
So moved.
Ready? Trustee Walker makes a motion. Seconded by Trustee Newman. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, Board Bylaw 9260 passes unanimously. Moving on to approval of first reading of proposed revision of Board Bylaw 9323.2, actions by the board, and Exhibit E, 9323.2, actions by the board.
First off, this is our last one, so before we do this, and you guys will be running out of here, I want to thank you guys all for your time. I know this is a big commitment on a Saturday and for staff to be here, but I think it puts us in a better place, and I've said that before. I also want to say thank you to Ms. Chambers, who has been trying to balance 2 board meetings, because we're setting up for consult for this coming Thursday and this board meeting, and actually having the last 2 weeks off too. So I know she was here late into yesterday. I think it was email at like 7 o'clock last night, and I appreciate her time, and I just want to be able to share that publicly. So with that, this particular board item has a number of clerical errors. I want to apologize for that in advance. So I'm going to take you first through what should have been written on your page, so it doesn't get into questions about should the wording be this, that, or the other. So I'm going to help you with that. Again, I apologize for that. This was one that actually was mine, right? And so this was done by someone that wasn't necessarily doing this on a regular basis like this very trained staff here. So it is what it is, and it won't happen again. So I'd like to take you to 9323A, number 1 in the red, the very bottom. This is where we're going to make some edits. We have a total of 4 edits on this page. It should say stopping, cross through the to stop, or preventing, cross through prevent, the board's violation or threatened violations, cross through the underline threatens a violation. So you should have 3 cross throughs on that number 1. So it should read stopping or preventing the board's violation or threatened violation of the Brown Act. Okay. On number 2, it should say determining the I can't say that word.
Applicability.
Thank you, of the Brown Act. So you're going to cross out what's underlined there. It should say just determining, not to determine. So cross out that underline. We're then going to flip the page, and there's 5 more crossouts that we're going to do. On number 4, where it's underlined to determine, cross that out. Where it's underlined California, we're going to cross that out. In the next line, the red says which penalizes. We're going to cross out to penalize, which is the next 2 words. And then the very next line, underline discouraged the members, should be crossed out. In number 5, it's compelling, and you're going to cross out or to compel. And that is all the clerical pieces on that one. And then I have some additional ones for the exhibit, but let's just stay with the bylaw here. This particular bylaw, it really outlines where you need a majority vote, which is really outlined in Ed Code. This is actually something that came to us, I can't remember, 6-7 months ago, and I asked Mr. Munoz to outline when we needed a supermajority and what that supermajority looked like, and so we actually sent a board communication on this not too long ago, like 6 months ago. I think that's it. If you have any questions, I will try to answer them.
Okay, Trustee Brown.
There's always a question when it's the attorney representing the district or the district attorney. And this one appears to be the district attorney for the county.
The district attorney.
So I would suggest that any place we say district attorney, we capitalize, just to make sure that that designation is clear.
The DA. Yeah.
Trustee Walker.
So I don't know if we just nicknamed this bylaw. I swear we've done it 3 times.
I know.
It just I think we did it once, and then submitted the wrong version, and so we had to do it again. And so if there's ever a recurring board bylaw, this is it, because I swear this is the 3rd time I've seen it this year.
Well, the last time was December 18th.
But yes, it's, for whatever reason, this one haunts me. It just keeps coming back. So it's got its own little animal. Other than that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, I don't see any other lights, so with that, second? Do we have a second for the motion? It's been moved by Trustee Walker, seconded by Trustee Lopez to approve Board Bylaw 9323.2. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Moving on to the exhibit. 9323.2. Trustee Noguchi?
And there's two errors, clerical errors in this as well. The second page, number 7, the red action, I believe, should be cut from that sentence. When the district is organized to serve only grades K-8 and seeks to establish a community day school for grades K-8. So again, the supermajority, I don't see why we need the red action there. And then the very last, but number C, or letter C, it says 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it said 1. That should have been a 6. So on page C, the number 1 on the bottom of the page should be a 6. And I'm open to any questions you might have.
And then I just had a question on number 2 of the first page. It says number 2, resolution declaring the board's intent of governing board. Should we just cross out intent of governing board? Resolution declaring the governing board's intent. Should we do that? To convey or dedicate property to the state.
Resolution declaring
Declaring
the
the
governing
governing
board's intent.
Yes, and then just
Okay.
cross out of governing board.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So with those changes, I don't see any lights. Trustee Brown would like to make the motion to approve this board bylaw. Trustee West seconds that. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. I had one question or thing. I hadn't talked to the superintendent about this, but if you would like to change your seat, I forgot to say that at the board meeting when I was here in December, and then I left on vacation. So if you would like to, please send me an email of your preferred seat location, if it's not where you are right now, and we will make accommodations for that, because we do reseating as we change seats, and usually it goes by seniority. So some members choose to move where their seat is. So I'm just making that available to whoever would like it. All right, so thank you very much. Have a great day. Do we need a motion to approve, motion to adjourn? Motion by trustee Walker, seconded by Newman. Meeting's adjourned.